Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman public hearing. It is Tuesday, June 6, 2023. It is 6:30 p.m. We do have a couple of items, but I do call this public hearing to order. First item is going to be an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for tax map 14 parcel 23.2 consisting of approximately 5 acres located at 252 Hollandale Road from an R1 low-density residential zoning district to a R2 medium-density residential zoning district. This received an unfavorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on March 28, 2023. If anyone would like to speak about this, podium is open. Just need to come forward, state your name and address.
My name is Joyce Gamble, and I live at 246 Hollandale Road here in LaVergne. Indulge me for reading my notes. I want to make sure I don't overlook anything I wanted to say. Please, thank you. I'm here to voice my objections to this proposed rezoning request by the owners of 252 Hollandale Road, which is a 5-acre parcel currently located and zoned in a huge R1 zoning district. I own 6 acres, which abuts this property on the south side, and have lived there for 30 years. All of the properties beyond me, approximately 15 parcels for at least a mile beyond me on the going north on Hollandale, including 252 Hollandale, consist of parcels all sized in the range of 5 to 10 acres. So from my personal perspective, I offer the following. That entire stretch on the east side of Hollandale Road is not served by the public sewer, but its own private septic sewage systems. 252 Hollandale Road was permitted in 1995 for a septic system for a 3-bedroom house. There are 2 septic line easements attached to that property, which may be compromised should excavation and construction occur along that boundary. In order to provide septic systems for that proposed development, my understanding is that Hollandale Road will have to be excavated to accommodate this attachment to the public sewer system across the street that serves Hollandale Estates. That kind of construction will not only impact access to my property, but can impact the homeowners of Hollandale Estates in close proximity. The owners are proposing building 9 houses in addition to the existing house, should they be granted R2 zoning. Their plan, which was submitted to the Planning Commission, includes constructing a public roadway adjacent to my property line and extending the entire depth of that parcel, which is approximately 845 feet. My property line extends another 130 feet beyond that. I would assume that excavation for that development might likely include blasting, especially toward the rear of the property. Both of our homes sit on a lot of rock, especially in that rear acreage. So I have a concern about any potential damage should blasting have to occur. The magnitude of a construction project that huge will negatively impact the quiet enjoyment of my own home for a long time. And I would assume neighboring homeowners would experience the same inconvenience. Now, from a business perspective, I offered the following. And I'm not telling you anything you don't know about zoning, but as you know, zoning's main purpose is to protect the character of the districts in which properties are located. And as elected officials of LaVergne, you have a great responsibility for wisely monitoring the city's controlled growth so that we'll continue to develop a city plan that benefits all the citizens of LaVergne. I did attend the community meeting regarding the proposed rezoning for the city, and I really appreciate all the work you have done and are continuing to do. Appreciate it very much. If this rezoning request for one homeowner is granted, I would surely just like to have an explanation for that rationale. At the very least, I would think it could set a precedent for more homeowners on Hollandale Road to request the same consideration, as ultimately zoning impacts property values. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Again, the podium is open if anyone would like to come and speak on this. Now is the time. Seeing no one else, we're going to move on to number 2, ordinance 2023-11, an ordinance of the City of LaVergne, Tennessee, adopting the annual budget and tax rate for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024. Again, the podium is open if anyone would like to speak. Seeing no one, I'm going to move on to the last item, which is ordinance 2023-14, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for tax map 17E, Group B, parcel 22, consisting of approximately 1.6 acres located at 392 Old Nashville Highway from an R1 low-density zoning district to a C3 neighborhood service business district. This has received an unfavorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on April 25th, 2023. Again, the podium is open if anyone would like to speak. Seeing no one, I'll close out the public forum and we will reconvene at 7 p.m.
But Jake specifically said that the overlays did not pertain to anything but commercial properties. And the individual asked why then were the overlays drawn on the estate residential properties. He said, I have no idea. So later on, with me having been in attendance at several of the meetings, I went over and specifically talked to Bo and about the same conversation. I asked why then are the estate residential properties along Waldron Road from the interstate to Rock Springs Road overlaid. Again, neither had an explanation and said they really had no idea why it had been drawn that way. Therefore, for the record tonight, I'm asking in order to provide an more accurate map and that there be no future loopholes, that the estate residential parcels that have the overlays removed before any presentation or final presentation at the public hearing before any vote. Thank you.
And with that, we will close out the citizens forum and reconvene at 7 p.m. Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen meeting. It is June 6, 2023. It is 7 p.m. Call this meeting to order. I will have the prayer tonight and the Pledge of Allegiance will be with Alderwoman Haas. If everyone would please rise for the prayer and the pledge. Dear Lord and Heavenly Father, we just ask for your hand to be upon this city, to bless its people, to heal those that need healing, and to forgive us of our sins. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First item we have is to approve the minutes from the May 2nd, 2023 regular meeting and the May 8th, 2023 public hearing and special meeting.
I make a motion to approve the minutes from the May 2nd regular meeting and the May 9th public hearing and special meeting.
I have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion passes. Moving on to departmental reports. Chief Hatcher with the Police Department.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. What you have in front of you, what you can see up on the board, is a comparison between May of 2022 and May of 2023. And as you can see, our calls for service have been down. Our arrests were down. Traffic stops were down. DUI arrests were down. Drug-related arrests were down. Citations were down. However, stolen vehicle recoveries were up. Residential burglaries, unfortunately, are still up. Vehicle burglaries are up. And motor vehicle thefts are up. Our domestics are up. It's coming into summertime. That's normal. Still unfortunate, but we'll do the best we can to try and and curb them as best that we can. And we were pretty much status quo on homicides, having 0 overdoses, still at 4 with no improvements or deletions on that, and no overdose deaths. Any questions?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Fire Department, Chief Beasley.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board. I trust that each one of y'all have had an opportunity to review the May report. As you can see, we're right on track exactly where we were this time last year. I don't believe there's anything remarkable within the report other than the amount of gallonage of water that we're still flowing during annual hydrant testing. That will probably continue through the end of this month and maybe into next month, depends on how much we get complete. I think the only other item that we have is 283 Old Nashville is moving in a positive fashion. And so you're starting to see some blocks being laid and concrete should follow. So,
Seen a few guys out there.
and there's a lot of people on the job site for sure. It's nice to drive by there and stop and see people working.
Absolutely.
Any questions?
Thank you, sir. Parks and Recreation, Mr. David McGowan.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, thank you. You guys have the parks numbers for the month. 74 help desk tickets, 790 man-hours devoted to those. Quite a bit of those hours where you see special projects there, restoring the men's bathroom in the park. The front complex was shut down all of last week. We had a fire in the men's bathroom. So that has been repaired. It probably needs another coat of paint, but everything is up and running in that. June the 5th, the mural was started, scheduled to finish by the 9th. So as far as I know, she is on time. Upcoming events, today the farmers market kicked off, July 4th. You can see our Independence Day celebration. Gates will open at 5:30. Festivities begin at 6 p.m. Bueller will be the band. It's 80s rock cover band. Fireworks at dark. There will be food vendors on site. That's at Veterans Memorial Park, 115 Floyd Mayfield Drive. You can see our past events. May 13th, we combined the block party and the toucher truck. Huge event for us, great turnout. We saw a bunch of happy kids there that day. We were very excited about that. Couple of trips, past events for the seniors. Chick-fil-A, they had a senior prom. They took a trip on the General Jackson. Upcoming events for the Senior Center, Bell Buckle, June the 7th. Upcoming meetings, Senior Center Advisory, and Park and Rec on June 26th. Any questions?
David, I just wanted to let you know that I spoke with Shermelle.
Yes, sir.
I asked her how Juneteenth was coming along. She said so far so good. Her and Miss Hope is working on finalizing the program this week, so
Yes, sir.
hopefully.
And that will take place at the Bicentennial Pavilion here behind City Hall on not the 19th, but the 17th, I believe, that Saturday.
I believe that is correct. Yes, sir.
David, the block party was a big hit. There were a lot of people there. I know the original thought was that it was going to rain that day, but it wound up being blistering hot. And there were a lot of people there having fun, having a good time. I know they loved hitting the horn for the police cruiser that was out there and pulling a couple of the cement truck horns. So it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, we had a good turnout. I keep trying to tell the vice mayor, he keeps trying to blame the bad weather and the rain on me, and I already told him we're over that hump. So
Well, see,
good
I'm
weather
trying
from here
to,
on out.
I'm trying to psych out Mother Nature.
I like where your head's at. Keep doing it, but hey, you can put the blame on somebody else so if it rains. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Miss Donna with the library.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, good evening. I would like to point out the attendance for the month of May, 3,170. That's really high for us, and I would like to explain a little bit. We love for people to come into the library. We still have had our patrons coming in, but BJ's has been using the meeting room for training and orientation. And so they have had approximately 60 people per day training and orientating and getting ready for the opening. So we appreciate them coming to the library. We're glad that we have a facility that they can use. And several of them have signed up for library cards. And so that's a plus for us. You can see that we did have 77 new patron cards in May. We will be closed on Monday, June 19th, in observance of Juneteenth. And I want to give you just a few fun facts about summer reading kickoff on June 3rd. Thank you to all of you who attended. It was a great, great day. We had an attendance of about 700 people. We released 5 butterflies that had been hatched in the library, and I am happy to say that all 5 butterflies were able to fly away. One, it was a real close call there, but it made it and it flew up into the sky. There were approximately 432 hot dogs consumed, and there were way too many happy faces to count. And I'll be giving you more fun facts on June's report. But I do want to talk about all together now our Summer Reading 2023 that did start on Saturday, June 3rd, and is going through July 15th. We want you to join us for 6 weeks filled with enjoyable and educational programs. Opportunities overflow to win prizes by reading or listening to amazing fiction and nonfiction titles that you can check out at our library. What do you need to get started on this adventure? Come inside the library and be greeted by our friendly and helpful staff to receive a summer reading bag. And there are different bags for various ages, all the way from birth to 99 plus. All you have to do is use your library card to check out books, audiobooks, and DVDs. Follow the directions you will find in your bag and let the adventures begin. We are having a great start to summer reading. Tomorrow we will have Bruce Amato, the magician, at our library at 10 a.m. We have had a firefighter story time, a chalking up the sidewalk time, and then tonight we're having Kids Crafternoon and our first Dungeons and Dragons for teens. So we're off to a really good start. Any questions?
Not a question, but I know I was there with my kids, and they had a ball. And it was absolute fun. The splatter paint was a lot of fun for the kids, and all the different activities. You constantly saw people everywhere going in and out. I want to say probably the most popular game over there was your toilet bowl toss.
Yes.
So great job by you and your staff.
Thank you. It takes a village, and that village came through for us on Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you. Finance Department, Ms. Tanya Williams.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board. You have the financial summary in front of you. I'm just going to touch some of the highlights. In our general fund, our revenue exceeded expenses by 1.5. In our local sales tax, we were 3.3 above budget and 1.5 above our prior year numbers. State Street Aid, our expenses exceeded revenue by $553,000, and that was the paving that we had to do for Holland Ridge and Bill Stewart, and the board passed a budget amendment in March for that, so that takes care of that. Stormwater expenses exceeded revenue by $61,000. In our water and sewer fund, our revenue exceeded expenses by 8.6. The next page is our balances of our bank accounts. And then you can see on the third page, we have our comparisons to our prior year. Any questions?
One quick question, and this is just an error, I think, in the formatting of the spreadsheet.
Okay.
Under capital overlay, for percentages, it just says div.
Yes. I will make sure that's fixed for next month.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Water treatment plant, Mr. Danny Campbell.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, I hope you've had the opportunity to review May's monthly report for the water treatment plant. A couple items I'd like to mention. We did send out lead and copper sampling invitation letters in the month of May. We sent out 42 letters to past participants of the sampling. We received 8 responses back. So I'm kind of asking for those who received a letter to send back the survey to us if they can. It's very much appreciated. We have to have at least 30 participants within that survey for the state requirement, and hopefully we can get those back, and then if we need to, distribute the others if need be to other locations that we have on our list. Also, raw water pump 2 is still out of service. We did have on May 2nd, it was reinstalled by Wascon. We got a motor failure alarm. They thought it was an electrical issue with the VFD. Eaton came out, took a look at the VFD, cleared any faults that were there. We were still receiving the alarm. So Wascon's working with their electrician, and we are trying to set up a date for them to come back out and take a look at that so that we can get that back in service. So that will hopefully take place here in the next week or so is what we're hoping for, to get Wascon back out. I know they're pretty busy. Mike's been working with them too, so they're pretty backed up, but we're trying to get them out. We still have our other 3 to 4 high service pumps, so we're still plenty good on those. But any questions?
Can you speak to the brown water complaints?
Yes, sir. So we did have 7 customer complaints. One of them was for brown water coming out of the sinks in the bathroom. When I asked where the location was, it was on Madison Square. The fire department was actually doing their flushing in that area at the time. I asked the customer to flush their lines, kind of run the bathroom faucets for about 5 to 10 minutes, make sure everything comes out. If it was an issue that continued, to give us a call back. I never received a phone call back, so everything was A-okay, kind of like what Chief talked about in the previous BOMA meeting.
Fire for that.
We blame the flushing. Don't worry, we'll take the majority of the blame these next 3 months when we start flushing in from June through the ending of ours. So we'll carry that blame. So it's not Chief's fault or his guys. It'll be ours. You can blame us.
Now, how do you select those 42 customers to send out the?
It's based on the year the home was built, the lead solder, the copper piping, that sort of thing for the lead and copper rule is what it has to meet the requirement for the different tiers of that rule. And every 3 years we're required to take samples. So that's kind of in the works of being changed via EPA and TDEC. But that we won't see those changes until next year. So we're required to take 30 samples every 3 years based on our population.
And as a whole, they're phasing out lead lines both on the municipal side and on customer sides as well.
Yes, without going too far into it, that's unless Mike wants to speak more to what he has to do, which I highly doubt that at this time. But they are phasing out with the new lead and copper revised rule. So, but it is a requirement.
And you need 30 of those back in order to do what?
Yeah, we're asking permission because what we ask the customer to do is they have to take a sample, a 1 liter sample, and it has to be their first draw sample. So it's the first water used in the morning. It has to sit for 6 to 8 hours overnight. They take a sample, they leave it out on their porch. So we supply the container and everything, but we want to set up that time so we know when to go back out to the location, receive the sample, turn it into the lab.
Any other questions? Thank you, Danny.
All right, thank you.
Moving on to old business. First reading ordinance 2023-10, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for tax map 14 parcel 23.2 consisting of approximately 5 acres located at 252 Hollandale Road from an R1 low-density residential zoning district to a R2 medium-density residential zoning district. This received an unfavorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on March 28, 2023, and a public hearing was held tonight on that. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to deny.
I have a motion to deny from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Any discussion? Alderman Waldron.
Yes.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Yes.
Alderwoman Haas.
Yes.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Second reading ordinance 2023-11, an ordinance of the City of LaVergne, Tennessee, adopting the annual budget and tax rate for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024. And a public hearing was held on this evening. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
Have a
Second
motion.
on discussion.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. A second from Alderman Waldron. I'll open it up for discussion.
I've looked this budget over, you know, it's a lot of spending. I know when I left 4.5 years ago, I left a lot of money in the kitty, but I'm urging everybody, we need to keep an eye on the road to do with our spending. With a budget of over 31 million and a debt a little over 63 million, you know, the big news on the county, county's got a debt of 64 million, and they talking about a 15% property increase. We just got to keep an eye on the road, on our spending.
Well, to correct that, the 64 million is as far as with the county, is the deficit, not the debt. They're well over that with their debt. That comes from the prior year's budget, the shortfall there. So,
Because of that,
completely
they're
different.
claiming that they're gonna have to put a 15% property tax increase. We just need to keep an eye on our spending.
Well, our staff, Miss Tanya, Bruce, Kyle, they're keeping a very close eye on our budget, and I know Phyllis has guided our hand for many, many years, and we're very thankful for her on that. So thankfully, we're not in any situation similar to the county of having to do $213 million for schools and then do a property tax increase. So, any other discussion? With that, we have a motion and a second. Alderman Waldron.
Abstain?
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Second reading ordinance 2023-12, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Our second. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Second reading ordinance 2023-13, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 stormwater fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Our second that. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
No.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to the consent agenda. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Hobbs. Our second. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Moving on to new business. First reading ordinance 2023-14. An ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for tax map 17E, Group B, Parcel 22, consisting of approximately 1.16 acres located at 392 Old Nashville Highway from an R1 low-density residential zoning district to a C3 neighborhood service business district. This received an unfavorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on April 25th, 2023. We did have a public forum on this evening. I'll make a motion to deny. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Hobbs. Alderman Waldron.
Yes.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye. Aye. Oh, sorry.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. First reading ordinance 2023-15, an ordinance to amend the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding the order of business and public comment periods at meetings. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
Abstain.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Resolution 2023-13, a resolution of the City of LaVergne to appropriate funds to nonprofit organizations for the fiscal year 2022-2024 fiscal year. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
A second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Alderman Waldron.
Abstain.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Haas.
Abstain.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Resolution passes. Resolution 2023-14, a resolution to amend the employee handbook. I make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Does anyone have any questions for our HR director for voting on this? I know he went through a lot with us at workshop. Seeing none, Alderman Waldron.
Yes.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Number 12, motion to award the bid for the construction of the Public Works and Community Development Services Facility. I will make a motion to approve that awarding to Barron Construction. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Any discussion? Alderman Waldron.
Abstain.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
No.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Next, we have appoint or remove board and committee members. First, we have the Beautification and Arts Advisory Committee. We have one member, Samantha Agee Rourke, who has moved out of state. That would need to be removed from this board. Once removed, we can advertise this position, and we have already received one applicant as well, a Laura Ward. So we need a motion to remove for this.
Motion to remove Samantha Roark.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
A second.
Second from Alderwoman Hobbs. Alderman Waldron.
Yeah.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passed. I will appoint Laura Ward as the applicant we currently have for this position. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Moving on to the Greenway Advisory Committee. We have got two terms that have expired. That's Laura Davidson and Mary Jane Skinner. Both wish to remain on this committee, and we don't have any applicants, so I would appoint both back to the Greenway Advisory Committee. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstain.
Moving on to C, we have got the LaVergne Industrial Development Board. We've got one term vacant. Mr. Brent Turner resigned due to him moving outside of the city. I'll make a motion to appoint Graham Coates to that, as he's our current and only applicant. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. And then last, we've got Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. We've got two terms that are that have expired. That is Felicia Anderson and Rick Autry. Both do wish to remain on this committee, so I would appoint both of them back. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion passes. So moving on to Mayor and Alderman comments. Alderman Waldron.
Again, I want people to check on the elderly. We're in the hot weather. It's, check on the elderly and make sure your pets has got ample water and shade. And again, I'm gonna ask Bo if he can come up and speak a little bit on the rezoning signs. The last, deal you had was, the water was a little bit muddy. Can you kinda, I guess, make it a little bit more clear?
Yeah, so the city decided to undertake an overhaul of the zoning ordinance to, number one, modernize the entire document. I know I spoke about this last time, but in the 80s and 90s, and even before that, different uses were zoned in different areas of all of these cities. So anywhere you would go just about in the United States, you know, this side of town would be industrial, this side of town would be residential, this side of town would be retail. So the idea now with modern zoning is a mixed-use approach where different uses can coexist in the same building. Different uses can coexist on the same lot, and that's the mixed-use portion of the ordinance. So we don't have a way to do that right now. This new zoning would allow the city a way to do that and attract companies, retailers that want to be in maybe a mixed-use development where there's people that live in the same building or nearby. But right now, that mixed-use zoning is not there. So that's one of the big goals of overhauling it.
Well, the two big questions I got from people said if their property rezoned, their taxes will go up.
You just read my mind. It's the number one question that I got. It's the number one question that Jake got at the library is, are our taxes going up because the zoning map's adopted? And the answer is no, unless you're changing the use on your property. But that's up to the county property assessor to determine that. They're the ones that do the surveys and figure out what's actually going on each parcel. So certainly if you've converted your house or you've gotten rezoned and you're now a commercial business, yes, your taxes would go up, but that has nothing to do with this ordinance being adopted. In Tennessee, you're taxed on the use of the property, you're not taxed on the zoning.
Okay, but if you live in a residential and if it's rezoned commercial, now your taxes will go up.
No, they would have to use that house as a business or sell to a company that's gonna build a business there. If you're living in a house, you're gonna continue to live in the same house, even if your zoning changes, so your taxes are not being affected by the zoning.
Okay, what if your house burns down?
If your house burns down, the non-conforming privileges and rights that are currently in the ordinance are carrying over to the new one, so that's not really changing.
Yeah. If your house is residential and it's zoned commercial, if your house is burned down, people are worried about they won't be able to rebuild the house.
No, you're still allowed to rebuild the house because that was your house. So I could pick any number. Say that you've lived there for 8 years and a tornado takes the house out and now you're zoned some commercial district, but you've been residential for the 8 years you've lived there. Even if you got rezoned to commercial, you're still allowed to build your house back. And that's a state law. That's not LaVergne saying that. This is all 95 counties have that provision. Now, if it sits vacant for a certain amount of time, I believe if it sits vacant for a year, then cities have the power to ask or require that property owner to change.
If it was non-use for 6 months.
Yeah, there is a time period in there that if it sits idle and nobody's doing anything, no active construction to rebuild the house, then they could run the risk. But that's in there now. That's not a new.
So you're saying if you're residential and if the city rezoned it commercial, you're still paying residential tax?
Correct, because the use is still residential.
If your house burns down, you can rebuild your house?
Correct.
Within 6 months?
Within, I would have to check, it's either 6 or 12, within a reasonable amount of time.
Well, that's the two main questions I was asked.
Yeah, taxes are not affected by this zoning change. I think that, I mentioned last time about some of the old terminology, which, yeah, you've already heard about.
Okay.
Nobody's getting their TVs
Well, at least we
fixed
got it
anymore.
on record. So if we have to come back and check it, it's on record.
Yeah, tell them to come after me.
Come after you.
I'll give you all my details so they can reach me.
Call Bo. All right, thank you, Bo.
Okay, and let me know if you have any other questions. Thank you.
That's all I got.
Alderwoman Hobbs?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you again to Miss Donna for an excellent time at the summer reading kickoff on Saturday. Program was very well put together, so thank you, Donna. Please make note the Great Tennessee Air Show is in town this weekend with several road closures affecting the area starting on Thursday through Sunday. The LaVergne Police Department has more information on the road closures on their social media, Facebook site. Reminder again to those enjoying the lake this weekend, please remember to wear your life jacket, stay hydrated, and stay safe out there. And again, I'd like the recorder to make note that I've requested the mayor's hire fire authority to be added to tonight's agenda for discussion. And once again, it's been removed by the mayor. Thank you.
Alderwoman Haas.
I would just like to say that there was an awesome baseball tournament out at the park this weekend. Both quads were packed with people all day long, starting at 7 o'clock in the morning till past 8:30 both days. The Parks and Rec, they did an awesome job keeping the place clean, the trash picked up and the bathrooms cleaned up. We received several compliments about how clean the facility was and that they're looking forward to coming back next year. So thank you to the city and thank you to the Parks and Rec Department for the good job that they do.
Vice Mayor No.
BJ's,
You're stealing his thunder.
I'm stealing your thunder.
No, cool.
14th, so go get your card because it's going to be crazy. And I just want to say that I'm very glad that we passed this budget thing. This is my 5th year of being involved. The mayor, Bruce, Kyle, Tanya, Phyllis, everybody was involved, did a great job. And it's always a good thing to get that out of the way. So great job, and as Alderwoman Hobbs said, the air show this weekend, so get them Xanax out for your animals. That's it.
Well, first I want to remind everybody about our Independence Day celebration. It will be a great time at our Veterans Memorial Park. David and his team always put together a great show, and we look forward to the music and fireworks. Bring your tent, enjoy the food trucks, should be a lot of fun. Want to remind everyone about the special census that has kicked off. The city is undertaking a special census. You can see information on our website, out on signs, out in the community, on our social media. So far, we've had right around 500 people already submit. This is trying to get updated numbers for our overall census. That helps us in multiple ways, whether it's the state shared portion of sales tax, whether it is for economic development. It helps us in the long term, helps us with planning. So please make sure to take a few moments and fill that out. You can fill it out online. There will be some mail coming to your door about it, and then eventually there will be some people out door knocking, and I would assume we would have some people out at different events as well. The zoning ordinance meetings were definitely a wonderful thing. Ms. Donna, thank you to you and your staff for allowing that over at the library. I was over at a couple of those meetings, even one right off of a plane, so getting over there, talked to many people. Zoning ordinance is basically modernizing our zoning, and we have a currently 33-year-old document that governs all of our building for the entire city. This modernizes it, as well as it de-densifies it. It's less density as a whole for the city. So to me, that's a good thing. I look forward to next month when we will get the feedback compiled, delivered to us so that we can see if this needs to go back to the Planning Commission or not. So I definitely look forward to that. The air show, as Alderwoman Hobbs and Vice Mayor both mentioned, is this weekend. There will probably be a lot of traffic and police presence in the afternoons on Jones Mill Road and Fergus and Murfreesboro Road and Fergus. So please be patient. If you normally go out that way, please look at some of the other spots as there may be delays with that. And then as Vice Mayor No mentioned, BJ's Wholesale does open up on the 14th to the public. The 13th, we will have the ribbon cutting. As a whole, as a city, we are very excited, and personally, I am extremely excited about this. Our economic team met with them December of 2019 before the world shut down for COVID. And we go from that time frame to a ribbon cutting. That is a wonderful achievement for Tom Broker and his team. So definitely want to thank them for all the hard work and staff's hard work. I know Kyle, Gary, Bo, everybody's been working together to get to the point where this is ready for an opening. And then last, I just want to address the budget, and I personally want to thank Bruce Richardson and the rest of the staff, including our capital panel, who spent many days, many hours beyond what the board spent going through the budget, compiling it, putting it together in a way that benefits this community but does not overtax our population. So thank you to everybody who took the time out. And I do mean that, Bruce. Thank you for everything. We appreciate you.
I don't think he thinks you mean it.
I do.
He's smiling.
So, thank you. With that, I call this meeting adjourned.
Welcome to the LaVergne Library Board, May 8th, 2023. I call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. Our first order of business is to approve minutes for March 13th of 2023.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
Second. All right, so moved. All right, so our spring highlights. Oh, sorry. Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so moving on correctly now. Our spring highlights. The library had a very successful Easter egg drive-through on April 1st, 2023. They gave away 720 half-pound chocolate bunnies.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
I know. That's awesome. Thank you to LHS Project Lit on April 29th of 2023. There were 3 local authors, Whitney White, Angela Sutton, and Chris Stedman. The students offered arts and crafts, a puppet show, and book readings. It was a good day for the high school students to interact with the library patronage. There has been a great response to our book clubs. Upcoming dates, so mark your calendars. Better Off Read Book Club will be Monday, May 15th at 5:30 p.m. They will be reading The Last Thing He Told Me by Laura Dave. And then the Page Turners Book Club will meet Saturday, May 20th at 10:30 a.m. and they are reading The Midnight Library by Matt Haig. For our upcoming programs and events, Miss Donna, would you like to walk us through those?
Sure, I'd be happy to. One of the first ones will be our Block Party Touch-a-Truck. You have probably seen these wonderful flyers and posters around town. It's great. We're looking forward to it. The library will have a tent there. All sorts of things will be happening. It's from 11 a.m. until 4 p.m. There will be vendors, activities, food trucks. The library will have some prize giveaways, some fun games, and we will also be giving away a flyer for our upcoming summer reading program. And we are full. We really have filled up the 6 weeks tremendously. So I'm looking forward to sending that out to you guys. We should be finished up with that by Thursday of this week, and I will email it to you so you will be the first ones to receive it before we even get it out to our patrons. So we have a great summer coming up. Hobo Road Band will be coming back, and they're called We're Back and We're Going Country. That will be in the library gallery, and that's Saturday, May 13th from 1 to 2 p.m. This will be their 3rd time with us, and the last time that they were there, pretty much it had doubled in attendance. So we're excited about that people are enjoying the music in the library. Summer Reading 2023 kickoff is going to be happening on Saturday, June 3rd. Our theme this year is All Together Now. A great theme. We're going to be talking about kindness, holding each other up, being united, just all sorts of fun things that incorporate all those great characters that we can have. It will be from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. for the kickoff. We're going to do pick up your summer reading bag, bounce house, inflatable slide, hot dogs and chips, face painting, and there'll be fun games for all. Of course, you can sign up and pick up your library reading bag throughout the whole 6 weeks, and that will be great. So if you don't get to make it on June 3rd, then you can come another day, and that will be just absolutely fun.
That sounds like a lot of fun. All right, so our May, June, and July closures. For Memorial Day weekend, the library will be closed on Saturday, May 27th, and on Monday, May 29th. For Juneteenth, we will be closed on Monday, June 19th. And then for Independence Day, we'll be closed on Tuesday, July 4th. All right, next item on the agenda, bylaws of the library board. We're going to review bylaws for discussion and revision at the July 10th library board meeting. Would you like to speak to anything on that, Ms. Donna?
I would like to speak to this for just a moment. The mayor asked me for the bylaws. I believe it was last meeting, and as I looked them up, and I believe this is the last time that the bylaws had been updated. If you will look at the very back of that packet, it was adopted in November 16, 1987.
Wow.
And it was amended March 17, 1988. So we are ready for a little bit of update to our bylaws. So I would love for you all to look over carefully, and I'm doing the same thing. So as the mayor, I'll be talking to Bruce, our city administrator. There are a lot of things that need to be revised. A lot of things that no longer pertain to our library. So if you get an opportunity, please read through them, make notes, and then pretty much on July 10th, that will be our discussion of how we need to go about with our bylaws. And Mayor, I'd like for you to put in any comments that you feel necessary.
Well, this just goes along with all the other items we've been updating over the last 4 years. Philip, I would ask if you'd also have a look through these, make sure that we're compliant with state law, because I know that's changed a little bit since 1988. So,
Yeah, will do.
thank you.
One of the major changes have been the term limits. So I know that's something that we're really going to have to look at. That has been changed within the last 5 years, I believe. So we definitely want to look at the term limits. And we are no longer with the regional libraries, so that will be taken out. But there's some things that I know should be put in. And I look for you all to help me out with these. And
Now, are
Mayor?
these available online for the public to also give input?
Do you think at this time, or wait until we get them revised?
I would say, my thought would be do similar to what we're doing with the zoning ordinance, us put it together, and then put that draft out.
Okay.
Yes.
And let the public weigh in with changes.
Okay.
I was gonna say the same thing.
Great minds.
This will keep from getting calls to the library to ask, so excellent.
But I think that's a great idea. Let's get our rough draft and get some of the language out that, of course, we know that we're no longer going to use, and go from there.
All right, thank you. All right, our library board schedule for 2023. Next meeting will be July 10th, and then we have September 11th and November 13th. And of course, our next one's Monday, July 10th at 5 p.m. Are there any comments from any of our board members?
I have a quick comment. I mentioned before the meeting, but I wanted to share with citizens and other board members as well. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Leadership Rutherford, that is run by the Chamber. I'm about to graduate next month, and I'm very proud about it. It's been a fantastic experience.
Congratulations.
And wanted to recommend the program to everybody else. Applications are open through the end of the month. If you have any questions, feel free to email me, call me, reach out. Happy to answer any, but it's a wonderful experience and a great investment of time for leadership and service in our community.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
2 questions I've got. One would be a request to the board, but the library's Facebook page has a bunch of different events on that. If you would please share that out to all of your friends on social media, invite people. That just helps with their attendance numbers, which I know we're working to drive up. We hear about them every month. The other one, and we may have time, it just depends on how quickly we can go with this, but any thoughts on, for the summer reading, I take it you have some kind of graphic already for that?
Yes.
Seeing if Rutherford County schools would approve that.
Yes.
And if so, if we can get little flyers printed out and all the students wind up taking them home before the end of the school.
Right.
That just would drive your attendance for this.
And we're on top of it. We are planning on getting the flyers out to the school on the 18th of this month. It will be turned in to the city, the county school's attorney. I have her name and email and everything. We've done this before, and we'll get it approved, and then we'll be counting out flyers. And then Danny and Sherry will be driving around to take all of those flyers on the 18th. So that always helps tremendously. We had not done that in the past 2 years because of COVID and a little bit of this going on, but this year we're ready to get back to get that word out. But yes, sir, that is a great, great idea, and we've got it on our radar.
Are there any like signs, little yard signs or anything like that? The reason I ask, I don't have children, but I live in a neighborhood full of them, and I'd be happy to put something in my yard if there's anything.
We have not thought of that before. Is that doable, Mayor?
Yeah, it's corrugated board. It's the same as any political sign. I mean, you just need to have them created, and there's places,
Okay.
Staples does them, different places do them. It's all based on volume, but yes, it's doable. to have those. It's just you only have so much space on all of those to put information.
It's perfect. That's a great idea.
I had a question about the flyers going into the schools. Are you only putting them in LaVergne schools?
We do LaVergne schools, and then we also do Cedar Grove, because so many of our LaVergne children go to Cedar Grove. But we do Rock Springs, Cedar Grove, Roy Waldron, and I know the primary is now with Roy Waldron.
Yes.
We do the middle school. We have not done the high school. That may be something that we can think about doing this year.
Okay, because we live in LaVergne, obviously, but
Uh-huh.
my children go to a school in Smyrna because that's what we're zoned for. So that
Okay.
would be another one to add to the list.
And which is the name?
David Urey Elementary.
David Urey.
David Urey.
Okay.
Yes. We have a lot of LaVergne kids in David Urey.
And I would say Rock Springs Middle
Rocks.
as well.
Yes, yes, LaVergne Middle and Rock Springs Middle, and then Rock Springs Elementary.
Any other
And Cedar
comments?
Grove, like I said, usually we stop by there.
Right.
Didn't think about David Urey.
Yeah, when they did that rezoning a couple of years ago, we've got
Okay.
a lot of LaVergne kids in David Urey now, so.
So when I do send the letter and the flyer to have it approved, I'll make sure that I put David Urey on there.
And if you
we'll-
need any help with that one, I'm the vice president of the PTO, so I can get him, I
Awesome.
can get him in there for you.
Okay, great.
No problem.
Thank you.
Save him a stop on there.
Okay, appreciate that. This is great. The more we can get the word out, the better.
All right, any other comments or questions? I just want to say thank you, Ms. Donna, to you and your staff for all the amazing things that
welcome.
you do. It is just such a bright spot in our community with all the things that you do in the library, so thank you for that.
You are
And I want to
welcome.
remind everyone who is tuning in and listening to remember to read, read, read. The more that you read, the more that you know, the more that you grow, and all the great things happen. So if there's nothing else that someone would like to add, I am going to call this meeting adjourned.
Coming up on Destination Tomorrow, we take a look at NASA's Aviation Safety Program. We'll look back at some highlights of the program and find out what the future holds for aviation. All this and more next on Destination Tomorrow.
everyone. I'm Steele McGonigal.
And I'm Kara O'Brien. Welcome to this edition of Destination Tomorrow.
On this episode, we'll be focusing on the pioneering work that has been completed by NASA's Aviation Safety Program.
Throughout NASA's long history, one area of constant focus has been in aircraft safety. From its predecessor agency, the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, until now, NASA's researchers have worked tirelessly to make flying safer for all of us. Today in the United States, over 600 million passengers fly safely every year, making flying the second safest form of mass travel in the world, with only elevator and escalator rides being safer.
But even with this incredible record, NASA personnel are constantly striving to make it even safer. With this in mind, a pioneering program called the Aviation Safety Program was developed in 1997 to help raise the level of safety to even greater heights. NASA planners, in cooperation with the FAA and the White House, formed this program to research and develop technology that would significantly reduce aircraft accidents by the year 2007. This program has been enormously successful in researching and developing cutting-edge technologies to make flying safer. On this episode, we'll take a look back at some of the stories that we've previously featured on Destination Tomorrow, and we'll find out what's in store for the future.
Our first segment will look at the Single Aircraft Accident Prevention Program, or SAP. This program uses data available from aircraft and simulators to identify and correct aircraft system problems before they lead to fatal accidents. Here is the story as it first aired.
We've all heard that flying is the safest way to travel, and statistically it is. Even as our world's airspace becomes more crowded, flying today is actually becoming safer. But unfortunately, fatal aircraft accidents can still occur. That's why researchers in the Aviation Safety Program are working on revolutionary technologies that may make fatal aircraft accidents a thing of the past. The Single Aircraft Accident Prevention Project, or SAP, is part of the Aviation Safety Program that is developing new technologies that may help pilots recover and safely land an aircraft from a potentially fatal event. I spoke with John Foster in the Vehicle Dynamics branch at NASA Langley to find out more about SAP.
Well, the SAP project is developing systems that will anticipate failures on the airplane before they occur and help the pilot recover the airplane if an out-of-control event should occur.
What's an example of an out-of-control flight situation?
Well, there are a number of factors that can contribute to an airplane loss of control accident. These factors can be both internal or external to the airplane. Some external factors may include severe weather or just poor visibility. Some internal factors, though, could include some failure in the control system, as well as a structural failure or just an inappropriate crew input.
In many of these situations, catastrophic failures cause the pilots to lose control of the airplane, resulting in a fatal accident. Researchers in the SAP project are working on new technologies which they hope will prevent these types of accidents from ever occurring again. They're developing a series of revolutionary systems that will not only detect and predict system or component failures before they become severe, but are also developing automatic control recovery systems, which will actually help pilots recover an airplane from an upset situation. Okay, so how do these systems help a pilot out? I mean, how do they work?
Well, the Vehicle Health Management System is being developed, which will continuously monitor the airplane's health and compare that to the math model for a healthy airplane. In case a disturbing trend or an anomaly occurs, it can send that information to the ground crews and they can take the appropriate maintenance action to fix the part after the airplane lands.
Wow, kind of like an onboard doctor.
Exactly, that's why it's called health monitoring. Another system being developed as part of the SAP project is the control recovery system. This system is being designed to help the pilot in case the airplane gets into a loss of control situation. That system will carry a math model of a normal maneuvering airplane on board. And if the system detects that the airplane is about to enter a loss of control situation, it can alert the pilot and help him to recover the airplane, or it can automatically recover the airplane for the pilot.
These systems will not only be able to help a pilot regain control of an aircraft quickly, but will also be able to help land an aircraft that has suffered catastrophic damage. With these new systems on board commercial planes, pilots will be able to maintain safe flight even under the most adverse flight conditions, potentially making fatal crashes a thing of the past. Okay, so the systems you've mentioned are obviously computer systems, but we're standing here in a wind tunnel. How does wind tunnel testing help?
Well, wind tunnels are used to develop pilot training simulators. We can take the data out of the wind tunnel for extreme flight conditions and put that in the simulator and allow the pilot to experience an out-of-control event and conduct training to learn how to recover from such a situation. Our goal is to provide the most realistic training possible for the pilots in case they would enter a loss of control situation.
John, how will these systems be tested before being implemented on an airplane?
Well, there's several methods that we can use to test the systems before they are actually implemented in the airplane. One is to use a subscale, dynamically scaled flying model of the airplane. In that model, which is remotely controlled, we can install the actual systems in onboard computers and then fly the model through various out-of-control flight conditions and then see how the system works to recover the airplane.
What are your hopes for the future of this project? I mean, what are the future goals of SAP?
Well, flying is already a very safe form of transportation, but accidents still occur. And our goal in this research is to develop systems that will specifically help reduce those kind of accidents and save lives.
Coming up, we'll find out about a new computational tool that is being used to help analyze aircraft data. But first, did you know that NASA has developed a synthetic vision system that can help prevent aircraft accidents? The synthetic vision system incorporates a high-resolution display, GPS, and a detailed terrain database that shows outside terrain even in low-visibility situations. This outside view will help eliminate one of the deadliest forms of aircraft accidents, called controlled flight into terrain. It does this by displaying terrain obstructions on a clear, unambiguous, and easy-to-see display panel mounted in the cockpit. This system is currently being incorporated into military and business jets and is also being adapted for commercial flights. With this system active, controlled flight into terrain should be a thing of the past.
On any given day, roughly 87,000 planes are in the skies over the United States, with about 30,000 of those planes being operated by commercial carriers. With this number of flights, aviation experts work hard to make sure that all these aircraft are safe. To help ensure their safety, a new statistical and computational tool developed by NASA is being used to study the data from every flight. This tool, called the Morning Report, is compiling vital information and placing it into an easy-to-use database, catching potential problems before they lead to accidents. It works like this. Every commercial flight has computers on board that monitor systems. These computers record huge amounts of data looking for any anomaly. But due to the sheer number of flights every day, not all flight information was being monitored by ground crews in a timely fashion. To help change this trend, the Morning Report was developed to take information from every onboard computer in an airline fleet, then compile it into a detailed list which is supervised by aviation experts each morning. If anomalies are found, a safety analyst will look at the aircraft in question immediately. This early notice is allowing engineers to potentially catch problems that could lead to an accident. The Morning Report system is now being incorporated into many commercial airlines here in the United States.
Even with these new advancements to catch problems before they happen, we know that accidents can still occur. But when accidents do happen, the chance of surviving them has increased significantly in recent years. From 1983 to 2000, the National Transportation Safety Board investigated 26 major commercial accidents involving 2,739 people. A total of 1,525 of those people survived the accidents, or about 56%. Much of the reason for this increase in survivability is due to better design and crash testing. NASA has worked tirelessly to improve aircraft safety by developing key programs and facilities to research crashworthiness. One facility, called the Impact Dynamics Research Facility, or IDIRF, has been in the center of much of this research. We spoke with researcher Lisa Jones about the IDIRF facilities in an earlier program to help us understand how the facility works.
Although most of us don't like to think about it, the thought of crashing creeps into almost every passenger's mind when boarding a plane. We all know that air travel is the safest form of transportation known to man. In fact, statistically, you'd have to fly once every day for more than 8,200 years before you'd be involved in a fatal aircraft accident. But tragically, we know that crashes do occur. Fortunately, NASA operates a unique facility called the Impact Dynamics Research Facility, or IDIRF, to research and conduct crash testing of full-scale aircraft. The knowledge learned here is making air travel safer in the unlikely event of an accident. I spoke to Lisa Jones of the NASA Langley Research Center to find out about this one-of-a-kind facility.
Well, 80% of most accidents that occur now are survivable accidents, but we're working to bring that number even higher so that people who are involved in an accident that is classified as survivable walk away. But our main goals have to do with aircraft crashworthiness, testing them and improving them so they're safer to fly in. And the way we test these aircraft is we suspend it from the facility and allow it to swing like a pendulum into different surfaces. And we instrument the aircraft and put crash dummies on, and we collect the data during the test and look at it after the test, along with a lot of high-speed film and a lot of photographic information, and determine if real people will be injured or not. And then we also use the information to change structural things in the aircraft to improve how well it absorbs energy and takes it away from the occupants and prevents them from being injured. So that's basically crashworthiness, preventing the occupants from being injured in a crash. The facility was here already. It was the Lunar Excursion Module Simulator where they trained astronauts to land on the moon. Then in the 70s, there's a lot of aircraft accidents, small general aviation aircraft accidents. And we felt that it was time to do something about it. And so we actually recycled the facility so that we could lift these aircraft and crash test them.
The IDIRF team set out to discover why crashes that should have been survivable were actually incurring fatalities. In the course of their testing, they found that most of the deaths caused in what should have been survivable air crashes were not due to fire injuries as you might expect, but were in fact due to load injuries. A load injury occurs when a brief but extreme amount of force is exerted on the body. During testing, researchers discovered that passengers were experiencing the full force of the impact of the plane during a crash, producing enormous, unsurvivable load forces on their bodies. This is very similar to crash data discovered by automobile makers. Car accidents of the past were much less survivable than crashes in recent years. This is because newer automobiles have been designed to absorb and dampen the majority of energy in a crash, keeping passengers safer. The researchers at IDIRF began designing and implementing new dampening systems to be placed on board airplanes. New systems like energy-absorbing seats dissipate and absorb energy during a crash, greatly reducing the load weights being experienced by passengers. This single change has saved many lives.
We found that changing the seats has made a lot of difference and saved a lot of lives. However, there's more we can do. We need to look at the whole system, like changing the structure so that not only do we have the seats stay attached, but energy is taken out of the system through the structure itself. And they're wearing special restraints that keep them in their seat, and also may even put airbag technology in some of the aircraft. And for large airplanes, we're even looking at changing the design so that it will deliberately break in certain places. Then we can determine where not to put hot things or sharp things or fuel lines and things like that so that people can get out or egress through these openings in the large aircraft.
Lisa, a lot of the things that you described are things that NASA and the industry are doing to make flying safer, but is there anything the general public can do to make flying safer?
Yes, you can check your luggage, all of it if possible, because things in the luggage bins do become flying objects in a crash event. Computers, for instance, are very heavy objects, and if they come flying through the aircraft at landing speeds of 200 knots, then you have an issue because it will definitely injure people. People are not replaceable, things are, so if you can check the luggage, then you're doing a great service to prevent injuries in an accident. We want people to walk away from these survivable events and not have any injuries, and we're working hard to get there.
Did you know that NASA researchers are working with industry to better train pilots and airline personnel? In recent years, NASA researchers have developed textbooks and web-based programs that help increase pilot proficiency in an automated cockpit, while also improving training for maintenance crews and inspectors. These programs are increasing awareness and helping to prevent future accidents from ever occurring. In recent years, NASA researchers have also been focused on reducing fuel flammability and in detecting fires aboard aircraft. In fact, NASA recently won the prestigious R&D 100 award for a fire detection system that has a very low false alarm rate. Dust, dirt, and aerosols frequently fool current fire detection systems, creating about 200 false alarms for every real fire. This is problematic for many different reasons. When a fire alarm goes off, a pilot will immediately initiate emergency landing procedures and will divert the flight to the closest airport. This is not only inconvenient, but is also very expensive, costing the airlines about $50,000 for each false alarm. It's clear to see that this new NASA system will not only save money, but also make flying safer.
NASA has also worked to reduce the chance of an explosion inside an aircraft's fuel tank. When some fuel tanks are not completely full, research has found that wiring inside the tank may cause sparking. This sparking could ignite the oxygen contained in the empty space, causing an explosion. To fix this problem, researchers have designed a fuel system that can replace the oxygen in empty spaces with nitrogen. This works well because nitrogen suppresses fire while oxygen feeds it. Coming up, we'll take a look at a unique facility that is designed to test aircraft icing. But first, did you know that even if the engines on a large commercial aircraft fail, it should be able to glide safely to the ground? Most commercial jet aircraft have approximately a 15-to-1 glide ratio, which means it will glide 15 feet for each foot it descends. At this rate, an airplane flying at 35,000 feet can glide for about 525,000 feet, or 100 miles.
Weather conditions play an important role in all flights. Perhaps one of the most dangerous conditions that can affect aircraft is ice. Fortunately, NASA researchers have been using a unique facility that can simulate the icing effects on aircraft.
Thanks for the ice. You know, there's nothing like a beverage chilled with ice during a long flight. Inside an airplane, ice is something passengers desire. However, outside an airplane, ice can be dangerous, especially if it forms on the wings or engines. I had the opportunity to speak with Judy Foss Van Zanti at the NASA Glenn Research Center in Cleveland, Ohio. She's researching the effects of icing on aircraft at a unique facility called the Icing Research Tunnel. Researchers at this facility study the formation of ice on the exterior of aircraft. So while flying, the only ice you'll need to worry about is the ice inside your cup.
Well, I'm standing right here in the Icing Research Tunnel. Right here we create on Earth what it's like for an airplane to fly through an icing cloud up there. To do that, we got to make it windy, cold, and wet. Now right now I'm standing in front of the fan. We have the fan to create the wind, and in the test section, which is a much smaller cross-sectional area, we can get winds up to 400 miles per hour. So that's about as fast as a plane might fly through in an icing environment. We create the cold with our heat exchanger, 1,700 ton. It can cool 500 homes. That's how big it is. We can get from 0 Celsius down to about -20, which is where the icing might occur in nature. And we have spray bars. The spray bars is what makes the icing tunnel. We create the rain. We create a mist that the airplane would fly through. Now the thing about the spray bars is the researchers need to control both how much water is in the cloud, the liquid water content we call it, and how big the drop size is. And we have spray bars specially designed to create those conditions. So in our test section, we create what it's like for a plane to fly through an icing cloud.
So why did NASA build an icing research tunnel?
As it turns out, during World War II, the Allies lost more aircraft to icing than enemy fires. They were trying to fly supplies over the Himalayas. So the Air Corps turned to NACA, that's NASA's predecessor, and asked them to build an icing research tunnel so we could understand what was going on and how to fix the problem.
So what do you test in the icing research tunnel, or the IRT?
What we test in the IRT is what makes sense to test. Now if you think about it, if you're in an airplane flying through an icing cloud, what surfaces are most critical to keep ice-free? Well, it's the wings, which provide the lift, get you off the ground, and it's the engine inlet, which provides the forward thrust. So we typically can test just those components, just the wing or the engine inlet.
So what happens when ice forms on an airplane's wing? Well, ice can disrupt the airflow over a wing and will eventually cause the airflow to separate. This separation of airflow creates more drag and less lift. If ice continues to form, the wing will no longer produce the appropriate amount of lift needed to keep the airplane in flight. In some cases, ice creates airflow separation over movable parts, like an aileron. This could create handling or control problems, and the plane could suddenly roll.
As the wing is flying through the air, the ice only accumulates around the leading edge. So that's why ice protection systems only wrap around the front part of the wing. The biggest factor in how the ice grows is temperature.
So if it's really cold, the water droplet comes in, hits the front part of the wing, and freezes on impact. And you get this nice pointy rime shape. The more dangerous ice comes during warmer conditions, those closer to freezing, where the water comes in, hits the leading edge, and actually runs back a little bit. If that happens, the next droplet might come in and see that droplet that is frozen and start to grow. So you might get these ram's horns that grow upstream. Now that significantly disrupts your airflow, and that's way off design, and that's very bad.
Judy, tell me a little bit more about the icing protection system. Do all planes have it?
There's what we call an anti-ice system where you don't allow the ice to grow at all. That's if you got a very hot leading edge. You see that in jets. Then there's a de-icing system which has pneumatic boots, that the boots will wrap around that leading edge, they'll inflate and pop the ice off. So you let the ice grow and then you got to get it off. The pneumatic boots are typically what you see with turboprop aircraft.
Does icing affect planes in, say, a warm climate?
Icing occurs everywhere. You've got to be aware of it. I've got a pilot friend who told me the worst icing he encountered was flying from Florida to the Caribbean in July at 16,000 feet. The worst icing he ever saw. But icing really can occur anywhere and any time. One of the things we do here at NASA is to have better designs. So maybe a system that would automatically turn on the ice protection system if a sensor goes up. The short-term solution is to train the pilots and educate them about how to detect icing, how to be aware of it, train them how to get out of the icing environment if and when they need to. Ideally, icing is a non-issue in the future. We're working to get there.
For many of us, fear is the biggest problem when it comes to flying. We thought it may be helpful to present you with some statistics that may or may not be helpful to those of you who are fearful flyers.
First, your chances of being involved in an aircraft accident are approximately 1 in 11 million, while your chances of being killed in an automobile accident are about 1 in 5,000, proving that the most dangerous part of your flight is the drive to the airport.
One last fact. Statistically, you have more of a chance of dying from the food served on board the flight than being involved in an aircraft accident.
Most people who have flown in an airplane have experienced turbulence. NASA is working on new warning systems to help pilots avoid dangerous turbulence. Paula Vaden has more.
If you've ever flown in an airplane, you are probably familiar with turbulence. Even for the most experienced flyers, the sudden, sometimes violent, irregular air motion can be an unsettling experience. In most cases, turbulence is merely an inconvenience that passengers and flight crews must endure. But in cases of severe turbulence, the violent shaking can not only cause serious injury to passengers and crew, it can also be fatal. In an effort to help aircraft avoid turbulence, researchers at NASA are testing new onboard aircraft systems. The Airborne Research Integrated Experiment System, or ARES, uses experimental systems that detect turbulence minutes before an aircraft encounters it. This new system may allow pilots to avoid severe turbulence, making flying safer. I spoke with Neil O'Connor in the Crew Systems branch at NASA Langley Research Center to find out more.
You can think of turbulence as any phenomenon in the atmosphere that's going to upset the airplane. Changes in wind that can cause the airplane to be disrupted from its normal flight. You can also get turbulence whenever you have wind rushing over the top of a mountain. The leeward side of a mountain can be very turbulent. You can also get turbulence wherever the jet stream is active. There's a high wind speed in the region of the jet stream, but slower right nearby. Thunderstorms can cause turbulence. Everyone knows right nearby the storm, but sometimes even 50 or 100 miles away in the clear air, you can get turbulence from a thunderstorm.
So Neil, how are pilots avoiding severe turbulence now?
For the most part, pilots have several simple options. They listen to the radio to hear if other pilots have already encountered turbulence in that area. So that means somebody's already been hit. They can also look at their onboard radar and try to, based on their experience, can extrapolate what they think might be, but it's not really foolproof. And they can also get a general forecast from the government sources or from their own airline.
There, we got some turbulence now. We're about 3 miles short.
Though seldom damaging to modern aircraft, turbulence is the leading cause of in-flight injuries among passengers and flight crews. On average, 58 injuries aboard aircraft are reported each year. 98% of these injuries occur when unsuspecting passengers or crew are unbuckled or out of their seats when an aircraft encounters turbulence. Currently, there are no instruments on board aircraft to detect turbulence before a plane encounters it. NASA researchers hope to change this by incorporating new turbulence radar systems within existing onboard weather radars. With this new radar system in place, researchers hope to provide pilots with enough warning to either avoid the turbulent area or at least give passengers and flight attendants enough time to return to their seats and buckle up.
The radar system itself will just be a software upgrade to the existing wind shear radar that's already on board the airplanes. The beauty of that, of course, is that since it's just an upgrade to an already certified piece of hardware, it should be relatively inexpensive because you're just incrementally changing what's out there already.
So Neil, tell me how exactly this new system's going to work.
The way it'll work for the pilot is that he'll flip a switch that's labeled turbulence, and then he'll have the new software running. It'll be running mostly at cruise altitudes where pilots typically allow people to move around the cabin. It's not a problem when you're climbing or descending because everyone's already strapped in. So if you have a turbulence encounter there, it's not a big issue because everyone's already buckled in. But we want to help make a difference at altitude when you don't always know there's going to be turbulence out there. And this new product will be able to increase the capability of the system and increase the pilot's confidence in the accuracy of the system, leading to a better and safer environment.
Besides radar, is there any other kind of research with turbulence?
Doing other research, both onboard and otherwise. The onboard system is called the in situ turbulence warning system, and that's a system that uses accelerometers on the airplane to measure what the airplane feels at a given moment. That'll be transmitted automatically to all other airplanes in the general area, along with the location. And a receiving airplane will take that data and adapt it to its own size and class of airplane, and then assess whether or not it's a threat to that airplane. And if it's a threat, then it'll tell the pilot. Another way of enhancing what we have now is improving our forecast capability. And that gets into modeling of the weather and other phenomena of the atmosphere to better understand what the potential is for turbulence.
So Neil, what are your hopes for this project?
Well, the ultimate goal, of course, is to increase the safety and reduce injuries caused by turbulence on the airplane. Right now, it's very easy to prevent injuries when you know you're going to have turbulence. The pilot says, hey, we got to buckle up for a few minutes. Everyone does it, no one gets hurt. But you don't always know the turbulence is coming. So sometimes if you don't know, people are walking around and the plane gets a lurch, someone's going to get hurt. And that happens now. So we know we can make a difference by improving the product.
That's it for this edition of NASA's Destination Tomorrow. Thanks for joining us. I'm Steele McGonigal.
And I'm Kara O'Brien. For all of us at NASA, we'll see you next time.
I go back a long way with these guys. So you'd think it'd be, been there, done that, but no way. They're absolutely too much fun. Come on, let's go.
Is a porpoise a dolphin? Is a dolphin a whale? And is a whale a fish or a mammal? Ever imagine what it's like to see a killer whale from your kayak off the coast of Alaska? Or have you ever actually watched a killer whale give birth? Well, get ready to experience it all, because it's coming right up on the Whale and Dolphin Story. Probably no other creature has captured our fascination as much as the whale. What is it about these animals that keeps us so intrigued? Hi, I'm Julie Scardina, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Animal Ambassador. And for over 20 years, I've had the great fortune of working with whales and dolphins in a variety of amazing ways. From performing fun and educational shows at SeaWorld with Dolly the dolphin, and feeling the power and agility of Shamu the killer whale, both above and below the water, to introducing kids to the touch of beluga whales, or seeing humpback whales feeding in the wild. It's been an exciting, incredible career for me. And after all these years, I'm still learning. In fact, we're all still learning about these intriguing creatures. And the more we learn, the better we'll be at helping to protect them. So get ready to learn some new stuff yourself, because this is the Whale and Dolphin Story. Many scientists believe that early whales arose 55 to 60 million years ago. Some species of whale hold the record for being among the largest animals on the planet, and they are found in virtually every ocean of the world. There are 80 or so species of whales and dolphins that belong to the mammalian order Cetacea. This order is further divided into two suborders, toothed whales and baleen whales. And there are several differences between toothed whales and baleen whales. All toothed whales have teeth, of course, which are mainly used to grasp prey when they feed. The number of teeth ranges from as few as 2 to as many as 200. Toothed whales are generally smaller than most baleen whales, ranging in size from about 4 feet to over 60 feet. And they tend to be social in nature, and they have a single blowhole. Baleen whales, on the other hand, have 2 blowholes and are generally more solitary animals by nature. And instead of teeth, like those, they have bristly plates of baleen, like these. These plates hang down along each side of their upper jaw and resemble a mustache when the whale's mouth is open. Baleen is used as a strainer to filter large quantities of food such as krill, plankton, and small schooling fishes. Baleen whales range in size from an average of 20 to 85 feet. For the most part, whales have very developed senses, with excellent sight, acute hearing, and a well-developed sense of touch. However, there's little evidence that whales have any sense of smell. Toothed whales have an amazing capability beyond the typical senses. They have the ability to echolocate. They can actually send out high-frequency clicks and are able to receive and interpret the echoes. This can help determine the size, shape, and distance of objects in the water. Dr. Sam Ridgway, senior scientist of the Navy Marine Mammal Program and an adjunct professor at the UCSD School of Medicine, has studied dolphins and echolocation extensively. So, Dr. Ridgway, I see you brought your brains with you today.
Yes, yes. This is the female killer whale brain. It's the largest female brain on the planet. This is the bottlenose dolphin. A bottlenose dolphin has a brain about the same size as ours. We think that this, the large size of the dolphin brain and this large cerebellum has something to do with their echolocation capability and for storing information about the acoustic environment.
Now, most animals don't have the ability to echolocate, so why is that so important for a dolphin?
For echolocation, a dolphin with his nasal system puts out a click like that, only very fast. And those echoes come back and the animal needs very precise timing to look at the range to the target and angle that he has to swim to get to the target.
Most baleen whales migrate, moving from polar feeding areas to tropical calving areas. Some, but not all species of toothed whales migrate. Other species, such as bottlenose dolphins, may stay within a limited home range, and others may move seasonally in response to water temperature and food availability. One whale behavior which continues to baffle people, even scientists, is stranding. In general, a whale strands if it has a serious illness or injury, or if it's too weak to hunt or swim. And some scientists have theorized that healthy whales may strand when they get off course, if their ability to follow geomagnetic contours of the Earth fails, or in toothed whales, if their echolocation ability becomes impaired. SeaWorld and other organizations participate in whale, dolphin, and other marine animal rescues. And even when these rescues aren't successful, scientists still can gather valuable information. For centuries, people in coastal communities have relied on various whale species for subsistence. In the 1800s, whaling became big business, and whale populations were brought to the brink of extinction. Today, whaling is monitored, and hunting still occurs. But other factors besides hunting are impacting whale populations as well, like overfishing by humans, pollution, and human water activities. Our fascination with whales just keeps growing, and so does our knowledge. Early on, SeaWorld brought the whale and dolphin experience to a general public who knew very little about these incredible mammals. Today, people want to get closer than ever before, and that carries with it a huge responsibility. Have you ever wondered how we keep tabs on the health of the animals? Well, daily observation and a close trainer-animal relationship is key. Medically, we keep up the animal's health by performing routine physical exams and taking blood samples and urine samples. We're able to do that because of a trained husbandry behavior program. All the animals in our care are reinforced for participation in their own health care. The first step in any type of animal training is to build trusting relationships between the animals and the trainers. And then as we work with the animals every day, trainers can shape certain behaviors, such as a whale holding its fluke out of the water. That also can provide opportunities for them to thoroughly examine the animal. By setting up a positive environment with a variety of reinforcements and creating a positive experience where there are no unpleasant surprises, the animal responds willingly. Once an animal is relaxed and confident with the basics, then these same behaviors can be modified for a more in-depth examination by a veterinarian, or for a procedure such as drawing blood from the whale's fluke. Ultimately, the animals are taught to do a variety of behaviors on signal, such as exhaling or giving a urine sample on cue, or doing something they may not normally do, like holding still in one position for x-rays or sonograms. Using this same approach, we can even examine the whale's teeth and perform dental work if needed. Being able to do physical exams, perform routine care, and collect blood and other samples on a regular basis without having to use restraint is a huge plus for us and the animals. By gathering information regularly, we can establish healthy baseline data for each animal. And then we can use the baseline data to more easily diagnose and treat illnesses, because then we know what normal is. We can share this information with other professionals involved in caring for the same species. And we can also use this information to understand more about similar species that we might not have such good access to. One area of research that has really benefited by our increased knowledge of animal health parameters is reproductive physiology. And SeaWorld's whale and dolphin breeding programs are some of the zoological world's most successful. Throughout SeaWorld's history, we've built successful breeding programs with a number of species, such as bottlenose dolphins, commersons, and white-sided dolphins, as well as pseudorcas, belugas, and of course, killer whales. In fact, we've had 19 killer whale calves born and thrive at the park so far. Of course, every birth is exciting, and we've also learned a huge amount about killer whale reproduction and calf growth that we wouldn't have been able to learn from studying killer whales in the wild. For example, we've learned that female killer whales can become sexually mature as young as 6 or 7 years old, that the length of gestation or pregnancy in killer whales is about 17 months, and that calves grow very rapidly from their birth weight of 350 pounds, plus a lot of other important scientific information. Good research usually takes time, and the key is perseverance. One of our latest research successes took 12 years of hard work, but it was well worth the wait for the final results, which was the birth of the world's first killer whale conceived through artificial insemination. SeaWorld veterinarian Dr. Todd Robeck headed up this fascinating project.
So Dr. Robeck, what did it take to actually get to the point where we had our first successful birth through artificial insemination?
We spent a lot of years looking at reproductive hormones in the females. We spent a lot of time training the males to get semen, to evaluate it, how we could hold it, can we freeze it, can we store it, can we ship it. There's a lot of different aspects of both male and female reproduction that you have to understand before you can even try AI. So we spent probably 10, 11, 12 years or more doing research, and got to the point where we felt like we knew about as much as we were going to know until we actually tried it. And they said, let's just try it and see how it goes.
And all these whales have been trained on husbandry procedures, obviously have great relationships with their trainers to get through this procedure and to the point where you could actually inseminate them.
That made the whole thing possible.
How much of that knowledge, how many of those techniques can actually be transferred from species to species? Can you just take that information and say, okay, now we're going to do it with the beluga whales?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. With beluga whales, the answer seems to be no. We're using techniques as far as the training, but the science is not the same. They're very different animals. They're from a different family, and their reproductive biology is appearing to be incredibly different, and AI is not going to be easy or similar to killer whale. It's going to take some time, and we're trying to struggle through learning about these animals to get to a point where we can try AI.
We've already had a successful natural breeding program, so what is the significance of having artificial insemination techniques be successful?
Fortunately, we have a group of animals that breed quite well. We know what natural breeding is, and from that we can take that information and then take the next step and learn about artificial insemination. And if these animals do come to a point of being critically endangered, then we have the information already in hand where maybe we can do something about saving a few select animals.
Research is an important part of conservation work, and sometimes it can mean the difference between the survival or extinction of a species. One aspect of cetacean behavior that we're still trying to understand are their vocalizations. Dr. Ann Bowles is a scientist with the Hubs SeaWorld Research Institute, and she's spent the last 15 years studying killer whale vocalizations.
Killer whales are wonderful because they have what we call a stereotyped vocal repertoire. It's a whole bunch of calls that seem to be typical of particular groups of whales. And what we're trying to understand is how that system works, how it develops, who in the pool determines what calls get used, and so on.
In addition, Dr. Bowles' research has shown that calves learn the vocalizations of their group as they develop. Dr. Bowles has learned that individual whales can be identified by their calls, and she has even been able to identify separate social group dialects. We're hoping that this method of identification may ultimately help us to identify separate pods of whales during population counts in the wild. Even with all the research being done, there's still lots to be learned about whales and dolphins. One thing's for sure, though, the more we learn about the animals here, the smarter we can work to protect those in the wild. In my professional life, to be able to work with the ocean's top predator, the killer whale, has been truly amazing. Add to that the experiences I've had in the field, and it's a career I could have only dreamed of. One trip that ranks at the top of my list was Alaska, when a few other SeaWorld trainers and myself got to experience whales from a different perspective. Isn't that right? Yeah! It's incredible to work with killer whales at SeaWorld. their intelligence, their power, it's awesome. So when our corporate vice president of animal training, Thad Lasinik, and I traveled to Glacier Bay, Alaska, it was absolutely inspiring. So Thad, you remember the Alaska trip? That was
absolutely
amazing, wasn't it?
Oh, it was just phenomenal. I'll never forget that trip as long as I live. I mean, it was just so neat to be out there in the wild with them and seeing everything from that perspective, even though you get fleeting glimpses of it.
It's like here, everything is, you know, we pamper these whales so much,
Oh,
and yet out there you can see that they're, you know, they're working hard to survive.
I think that is the big difference. I mean, they've got a lot of obstacles out there. Look at the care these animals get, and then you look at what those animals go through just to find their food every day.
We saw the tactics, the stealth that those guys had.
And they were going along like
Yeah,
nobody's business.
yeah.
It didn't look like they were hunting, but they took the opportunity right then. I think that's one of the things that stands out. You know, it just reaffirmed in my mind what we do. Because here, you get to see all the killer whales. You get to see them underwater, you get to see them above the water. There, it's a fleeting glimpse. Although it was very cool, you have to be lucky enough to come upon it.
That was so incredible where you ended up when you were taking the kayak out.
Oh my gosh, I can't tell you how exhilarating that was. It was a little scary though, too. You know, I'm sitting there in the kayak and all of a sudden I've got like 20 killer whales around me. They were going underneath me. The water's so clear up there, you know, I'd look down and I'd see them right there next to me looking at me. Big eye go by. And then I was a little worried. Yeah, I was a little worried. But it was just absolutely incredible to see how these animals react in the wild and how they take care of their young, which mirrors exactly what we're seeing here at SeaWorld. So it's just awesome.
That was a fantastic experience. You know the other thing I remember from that trip the most? When the humpbacks were feeding.
Oh, that was awesome. That was scary too.
You really don't realize how large the mouth is on those animals until you're close enough to really experience the fact that the bubble ring is pretty large in itself.
Yeah.
And then the mouth almost, you know, it encompasses the entire thing.
Well,
how much food are they taking in?
Exactly. That's what I was getting, and how the ocean has to support that. Yeah. You know, an animal like that and what they eat. I mean, one scoop of his mouth, he was taking in hundreds and hundreds of pounds, if not thousands of pounds of fish.
And the whole tie-in with seeing that out in the wild and then knowing that because of technology, man has been able to surpass anything that any animal has been able to do out in the wild, in the oceans, and that we've actually overfished some of these stocks, and that affects those populations, doesn't it?
Oh, it's already affected them, and there's all kinds of studies going on right now. I mean, in fact, it's affected them so much that now killer whale populations may be affecting the stellar sea lion population.
And
because
the sea otter, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Because they're not going after salmon, because the salmon population is down. They're going after other mammals now, which they didn't used to do as much.
Yeah, and even the stellar sea lions can't find enough food.
That's right.
It really shows you how it's all interconnected.
Absolutely. And we're the only ones that can affect the change.
We are all connected. And like Thad said, we are the ones who can make a difference. Oh, and one quick word of advice. If you're ever headed out on your own field trip, don't forget your video camera. Playback can be a researcher's best friend because sometimes you're so busy looking ahead of you, you miss what's right behind you. Rescuing a whale or dolphin is no easy task. It takes a lot of people and an enormous effort to care for and transport an animal this size. SeaWorld is dedicated to rescue and rehab and has developed the skills, tools, staff, and facilities to help ill or injured cetaceans. And with that in mind, let's take a closer look at cetacean conservation and what you can do to help. Since 1965, SeaWorld has been involved in over 350 stranded cetacean rescues. Each one is unique in their causes, in their rescue needs, and their rehabilitation requirements. There are many reasons an animal may need help. Among the most common are disease, entanglement, ingestion of non-food items, injuries, getting off course due to weather changes, or separation from its mother or group, toxins, both natural and man-made, and mass strandings. Whenever possible, the rescued animals are returned to the sea, often with tracking equipment attached, which can provide a lot of valuable information. A common dolphin was rescued after stranding on a small stretch of coastline in Southern California. Buster, as he came to be known, was very ill and required extensive rehabilitation. When Buster was first brought to SeaWorld, he wasn't even able to swim. Animal caretakers and SeaWorld veterinarians worked around the clock, providing Buster with nourishment and care. Over the next several months, Buster grew stronger and more healthy. But even now that he's better, the chances of him surviving on his own are low. So Buster has a permanent home at SeaWorld, and today he plays an important role as a dolphin ambassador, helping to spread a meaningful conservation message to all who come in contact with him through the Dolphin Interaction Program. One of the most famous whale ambassadors in the history of SeaWorld, and one that I'm very familiar with, arrived in January of 1997. Severely dehydrated and nearly comatose, JJ the gray whale was only a few days old when she stranded near Marina del Rey, California. Fortunately, she was rescued and brought to SeaWorld, although the prognosis seemed bleak. She was so weak that animal care team members had to literally hold her upright in the water and swim her around the medical pool. I was there in the pool with her when Dr. Jim McBain reported the grim reality of JJ's condition.
The prognosis for full recovery is no better than poor at this point.
The constant dedication of the SeaWorld staff helped JJ beat the odds. She was put on a specially formulated diet made up of a mixture of heavy cream, minced fish, and vitamins. She was hand-fed the formula at first and gained weight at an astounding rate. During her rehab at SeaWorld, JJ had to learn gray whale behaviors in order to prepare her to return to the ocean. She learned to eat fish and krill, and in the hopes that she would understand gray whale communications, whale vocalizations were piped into her pool. As JJ grew, so did public interest. This was a rare opportunity for many people to get amazingly close to a gray whale. After 13 months of constant care and tons of fish and krill, it was time for JJ to be released. She had grown from 1,500 pounds to 17,000 pounds in just over a year, so preparing for her return to the open ocean was no small feat. Lifts, trucks, equipment, tracking gear, and an entire strategy had to be designed in order to successfully transport JJ back to the sea. She was released as the gray whales were making their way north to the colder Arctic waters. But after only a few days, she scraped off her tracking devices, so there was no way to follow her. Hopefully, after learning their sounds and being taught to eat and thriving so well at the park, she connected with those other whales and has been making the annual migration with them ever since. The story of JJ goes down in the history books as one of the most incredible rescues, rehabilitations, and releases to date. But, like I said, every rescue is unique, and whether it's a gray whale, a dolphin, or a bird, we think they're all important. Being able to touch a dolphin is pretty incredible, and interaction programs at SeaWorld and Discovery Cove provide this awesome opportunity, guided by the trainers to keep it safe and fun. In the wild, respecting an animal's space and keeping your distance from them keeps both you and them safe. So with that in mind, let's take a closer look at cetacean conservation and what you can do to help. Hi, guys. While most of the 80 or so known species of dolphins and whales are not currently endangered or threatened, some are. Like the southern right whale. It's more important than ever to take care of our marine animals and their habitats in order to keep them healthy and here for generations to come. Even if you don't live near an ocean or a sea, there's plenty you can do from wherever you are. The most important first step in conservation is awareness. Zoological parks and aquariums play a major role in learning about whales and dolphins, and in turn, educating the public. So first, let's take a quick look at their habitat, the ocean. Once thought to be limitless in their resources, the world's oceans are increasingly in jeopardy, from marshes and mangroves to coral reefs and the bottom depths. Marine systems provide an estimated $21 trillion in goods and services, 70% more than terrestrial systems. So demand for the ocean's riches is depleting its resources. Coral reefs are beautiful to look at, but they also play an important habitat role as they offer refuge for a quarter of all marine species. Coral reefs are one of the first systems to show distress within the marine ecosystem, and they're disappearing at an astounding rate. It's estimated that 70% of the world's coral reefs will disappear within your lifetime if the current rate of destruction continues. So, exactly what's destroying our reefs? Overfishing and destructive fishing techniques, unregulated tourism, rising ocean temperatures, coastal development, pollution, and disease. Many concerned individuals and organizations are working hard to safeguard our oceans and reefs. And they suggest lots of ways that you can help preserve the ocean and its reefs too. Use the look but don't touch approach when scuba diving or snorkeling. Be careful not to anchor your boat on coral. Avoid collecting shells or disturbing other marine creatures. Take all your trash back to shore for disposal. And at home, use caution with pesticides and fertilizers. And volunteer for beach cleanups if you live near the ocean. In general, be aware that whatever we do on land impacts the sea. Here's something you may not have thought much about. The fish you eat may already be endangered. Marine biologist Mark Drawbridge knows that the fish we eat and the way we catch them can really make a difference.
What's going on out there is that over the last 20 to 30 years or so, the technology's gotten extremely efficient as far as the fishing gear, boats, vessels, GPS navigation, those types of things that have just made it so much easier to catch large quantities of fish.
You know that even when it's just individual fisheries that are affected, it actually, of course, is going to affect the entire ecosystem. What are some of the things that we see that are the result of fisheries collapsing?
There's a lot of effort being put into finding ways to catch, to the extent that you can, exactly what you're targeting and not get these other miscellaneous species. Our approach here is kind of two-pronged. What we're looking at doing is raising fish in a hatchery environment and then releasing them back out in the wild to be caught by either recreational or commercial fishermen or just to be enjoyed by scuba divers. So that's one approach. And then the other approach that we're looking at is more of a direct approach. You can see in the background here fish pens where we could raise the fish to an edible size and market those directly.
Ah, okay. So you're raising these basically to go straight to market then?
If we can produce some of these high value and important species directly for the consumer, it will take pressure off the wild fisheries.
So what are some of the things that you and I and the general public can do to really help the situation just from home?
It's really up to the consumer to go out there and talk to the right people and get as much information as they can so that they can make an intelligent decision.
When dining, there are better seafood selections, but this may change seasonally, regionally, or from year to year. Being on seafood alert is one way you can make informed choices. Every day, we learn more about whales and dolphins and how to protect these species. Through continued research, data collection, successful breeding programs, rescue and rehabilitation efforts, interactive and educational programs that increase awareness, and conservation at all levels, each one of us can do our part to preserve cetaceans, their habitats, and our planet. I'm Julie Scardina. Thanks for caring about the whale and dolphin story.
Hi, I'm Jenny Bush, Conservation Ambassador for the Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks. SeaWorld, Busch Gardens, and Discovery Cove are dedicated to the conservation and preservation of wildlife, and we believe the stories like the one you just experienced need to be told. The whales and dolphins featured in this program are just a few of the many species that benefit from the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund, a nonprofit charitable organization dedicated to animal rescue, wildlife research, habitat protection, and conservation education. Your support through the continued viewing of programs like this is appreciated. I encourage you to learn all you can about animals and their environment. Remember, we're all interconnected. What happens to them eventually happens to us. So we need to protect them and their habitats. Together, we can make a difference.
Richie, and I am the super scientist, and I see some familiar faces who've seen me before. Perfect. Good. Well, hands down, guys. Today I've got lots of different experiments we're going to do. We're going to do a bit of a show for you. Then at the end, over here, we've got a very special take-home that you're going to get to make, okay? So we're going to have lots of fun. Now, I'm going to need lots of helpers. If you want to help me, stay on your bottoms, put 2 hands up in the air, give me some big smiles. Lovely. Hands down. Now, for our first experiments, we are going to dive right into the deep end. We are going to talk about a very dangerous thing. We're going to talk about electricity. Now, who knows what electricity does? What things can electricity do? Yes? It can electrocute you. Now, is that a good thing? No! So what's a good thing electricity can do?
It can make you, like, if the power's out, you can, like, make some electricity and make a light bulb.
Okay, you can get a light bulb to work. What else does it power? Light bulbs? TVs.
Our brain.
Well, sometimes maybe, I don't know about your brains, but it powers different things. Computers, TVs, electricity gives things power. Now, one of my friends says it can do something dangerous also. It can shock. Now, I've got a special machine. This machine here is called a Tesla coil. Can everybody say Tesla coil?
Tesla coil.
Now, what this does is this lets me use electricity in my hands. Now, in a minute, we're going to turn the lights off. So don't be scared. First, though, let me show you what my machine does. When I plug this into the outlet, is it making any sound right now? No. Can I touch it? Yeah, nothing happens. There's a little button here. As I turn the button, can you hear that? Yeah. That is now the sound of live electricity. If I put my hand near it, what would happen? Yeah. I would get shocked, okay, and it would really hurt. Now, I'm going to turn it down so when it's not making any sound, it's not going to hurt you. And first, I need a brave helper who's feeling nice and strong and tough. Come on out, my friend. You look like a brave guy. Big round of applause for my first helper. Okay. Now, you can stand right here. What's your name? Damien. Okay, turn around, buddy. Now, we're going to turn the lights down just a little down. Don't be scared, guys. Okay, we're going to make it just a little darker. Oh, that's perfect. That's not too dark. All right. Now, what we have here is a light bulb. Now, this is the same sort of light bulb that we have up in the ceiling. Now, you're going to hold this in 2 hands and do not drop, okay? Hold tight. Face everybody for me and take a couple of steps back. Okay, now, we are going to turn the Tesla coil on and move it towards the light bulb. Now, hold it out straight. Don't drop. I promise it won't hurt. Now, when I turn this on, how do we know the electricity's on? The noise, it starts to buzz. Now, I'm going to move this towards the light bulb. Now, as I do that, what does it start to do at the bottom? Just a little bit. It starts to light up. Look again. It's lighting up a little bit. Hold it up so people at the back can see. Watch. It lights up. Now, am I touching the light bulb? No, there's a big space in between the light bulb and the Tesla coil. Now, if I put my hand in that space, what would happen?
You can get shocked.
I would get shocked, okay? Now, what we're going to do, I am going to show you the electricity. Right now, it's invisible. We can't see it. Hold it just a little higher. Move your hands down to where mine are. Now, this time it might look scary. It won't hurt, I promise, okay? Hold it in 2 hands. I promise it won't hurt. Now, when I turn this on, everybody watch the bottom of the light bulb. We get the light bulb to light up. Now, as I get closer, the electricity is attracted to the bottom of the light bulb, and you have to hold on. Are you going to hold on, or do you want someone else to help? It's fine. You got it? I promise it won't hurt, okay? Hold on to it. It won't hurt you, I promise. Watch the bottom. Hold on, I promise it won't hurt. Here we go. Watch the bottom.
It's all right, David.
There we go. Give him a round of applause for being so brave. So, you can see the electricity now traveling through the air. What color is it?
Purple.
Purple, it's pink, it's got white and yellow in, and it's jumping through the air to the bottom of the light bulb. Now, what we're going to do next. Great job, my friend. Big round of applause. I need another helper. Someone else who's feeling tough and brave. Right at the back in the grey shirt. Come on out, buddy. All right. Now, my next helper's going to come and help me. Now this time, come on up, bud. You're going to hold on to this. Come and stand back over here. Now, what's your name? Luis, okay. Hold on to this in two hands. Now, do not let go, okay? What I need you to do, in a second, you're going to walk your hands up and then down, okay? Up and down. Now, don't go all the way to the top or don't go all the way to the bottom. Leave a little space. Now, everybody, let's watch the bright part of the light. When we turn the Tesla coil on, we know it's working because it starts to buzz. As we get close, the electricity's there, we can't see it. As we get closer, it now jumps through the air and we can see it. It's brightest at the bottom. Move your hands up. That's it.
Oh my God.
Keep going. And go down.
Whoa.
And go up. And go down. Now what's happening to the light?
It goes up.
It goes up and down. What makes it go up and down?
Electricity.
His hands. Now that's because I have given you superpowers. You now have the power to shock people. Now who's going to be brave and get a shock? Whoa, look at all the brave helpers. Let's go with the strong lady. Come on out, sweetheart. Big round of applause. What we're going to do, you're going to take a step over this way, and you're going to hold on in one hand. You're going to point your other hand like this with one finger. Okay, come to the side, sweetie. Now, it's pretty dark in here, so we might be able to see it. What we're going to do, slowly, you're going to touch fingertips. Now, after you do that, you always use your finger, okay? After you do that, you're going to touch her elbow. You use your finger. And then, sweetie, lift your knee up, and he's going to touch you on the knee. Now, everybody, watch and listen in between their fingers. Now, hold tight and don't drop. I'm going to set it to a level 3. So it's not going to hurt, it sort of tickles. Now, don't start until I tell you guys. We're going to do it nice and slow. Now, don't start yet. We need to get the power going. Okay. Now, slowly point your finger. Listen and watch. Did you feel that? Okay, can we see the spark? Try it again, do your finger, do it nice and slow, your finger. There we go. Elbow, lift your knee up. Perfect, and can you do your nose? Great job! Big round of applause! Excellent! Get back down, guys. Now, is anybody in here today wearing light-up shoes? Does anybody have light-up shoes on? Come and help me. I promise you won't get hurt. Come and help me. Whoa, those are cool. I like those. Come on out, Twinkle Toes. You want to help, buddy? It won't hurt. Come and help me. Anyone else would like? Come on up. Everybody with light-up shoes that wants to help, come on up. You won't get hurt. Who's wearing light-up shoes today? Okay. Now, all of my friends, stamp your feet. Show everybody your cool shoes. That's it. They all light up. All right, now, what we're going to do, we are going to make your shoes light up without you having to move. What I need you guys to do is all hold hands. Can you come over here first? Hold hands. And you're going to be at the end over here. Like this, okay? Now, everybody watch their shoes. What we are going to do in a second, you're going to hold on to the light bulb. Don't let go. You will not get hurt, I promise, okay? We're going to send the electricity up the light bulb. Through your body, your body, your body, your body, through you, into all of your shoes. And all of the shoes should light up. Now, here we go. Don't let go, helpers. It does not hurt, okay? Don't let go. Give me a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Disco shoes. So you can see them all lighting up. And when we turn it off they go. Hold hands, don't let go. The electricity thinks they're all one giant person. When we turn it on, it flows all the way through into their shoes. Great job. Big round of applause for my great hoppers. Perfect little guys. All right, now. What we're going to do next. This next experiment is one for your librarian. Now, what are you not allowed to do in your library normally? Talk loud. Now, to help your librarian out, if you're talking loud in the library, she can now put you in this. This is Mr. Ritchie's electric chair. Who's going to show everybody how the electric chair works? Okay, in the white shirt, come on down. All right, now. Hold on, Scooby-Doo. Stand up now. If we look at the chair, this is made of plastic. But look, the legs are made of metal. It's all connected with metal, and there are 2 spots on the seat, okay? Now, I need you to relax and sit down right on the edge, okay? Now, if your librarian's at her desk looking around and sees you talking too loud, instead of having to tell you to be quiet, she's just going to be able to touch this down and see what happens. So face everybody, try and relax. Here we go. 3, 2. No, oh, move over then. Let's see if we can get it just on the right spot. Oh! Big round of applause. Anybody else feeling great? Now this is good for parents as well, guys. You can get one of these if your kids aren't eating their vegetables at dinner. You can use this. So here we go. Face everybody. Try to stay calm. And sit down. And... Ah! Great job. Thank you. Now for this next experiment, I need a little lady. You will not get hurt, I promise. I need a little lady. Okay. Now, my friend here, turn around, has got a beautiful smile. Show everybody. Okay, now, you're going to be Mother Nature, and you're going to be mad and angry, so show me an angry face. That's a happy face. She's okay. All right, Princess, what we're going to do, this is the Earth. Who lives on Earth? All right, now, we're going to turn the lights down. Now, we've had some nasty weather the last couple of days, so stand back here, Mother Nature. Hold on to this. This is a thundercloud. Now, when we have a thundercloud, we get rain and we get lightning.
Oh my God!
You can see the lightning strike. Now, if the lightning hits the wrong spot, it can do a lot of damage. Now, stand back, sweetheart, just for a second. Here, this piece of paper is going to be a tree. Now, if you're ever outside in a thunderstorm, one of the worst places you can stand is under a tree. Now, hold on to this, Mother Nature. Don't let go. We're going to let the lightning hit the wrong spot. You're okay? Here we go. 1 second. Now, if that was a tree, that tree would come crashing down on your head, and would that feel good? No. Okay, that would be really bad, right? Big round of applause for Mother Nature! All right, friends, now we're going to put the electricity away. If you came up to the front and have helped me already, please don't put your hand up. Let some other people come and be my helpers.
I have
For my next experiment, I need somebody who's not afraid to get wet. Let me get somebody in the America shirt. Come on down. Here we go. All right, big round of applause. All right, now I need you to come and stand over here. Turn around and face everybody. Now, don't move, okay? In this container, what do we have? Water. Put your hand in there. Take your hand out. How does it feel, wet or dry? Wet. It's wet. Just so you know, I'm not cheating. This is proper water. It's a proper liquid, okay? Now, I'm going to pour the liquid into one of my 3 cups. Here I have 3 blue cups. Now, let's pour the liquid into this one. So watch carefully. Make sure I'm not cheating. We pour the liquid in. All right, let's see. Now, which cup did the water go in? Did it go in this one? No. This one? No. This one? Yes. Now watch, because I'm going to start to move the cups. And tell me when to stop. Stop. Okay. Is the water in this one? No. This one? No. This one? Yes. You guys are too good for Mr. Ritchie. All right, I'm going to go really quick this time. Now remember, it's in this cup, right? No. Watch where you think it is as we move them around again. Tell me when to stop. Stop. Okay. Is the water in this one? No. Let's have a look. Give me a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Oh. Not in the first one. Is it in this one? No. Let's have a look. Give me a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Not in that one. That means it's in that one. All right, let's have a look. I'm going to stand back so I don't get wet. 3, 2, 1. It's not in there now. It's not under this one. It's not under this one. And it's not in here. Now, what if you make water really cold? What does it turn into? Ice. Ice. Now, I didn't make it really cold and turn it into ice. What if you boil it and you make it really hot? It turns into gas or steam, okay? Now, I didn't do that either. I did cheat a little bit. Before you guys came in, I put a special powder in. Now, hold your hands like this. We're going to tap the side of the cup. 1, 2, 3. So we give it a few taps and we turn it upside down. Now.
What?
Poke it with your thumbs. Is it hard or soft?
Soft.
Let Mr. Ritchie feel. Rub your hands together. Do they feel wet or dry? They're dry now. So what we're going to do, we turn the water from a liquid to a dry gel. Could you drink that now? No! Now what we're going to do, we're going to walk around and let you feel this. So could you walk around this path and let people poke it? Do not put it near your mouth, okay? Get ready to poke it. Does it feel like a liquid? That's it, you ready to go? Poke, 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 poke. Poke, poke, poke.
Oh, it feels weird. You feel like I got one. Hey, excuse me. American shirt. American shirt. Yeah, he got shocking.
He's just storming right now too.
I wish he was holding.
All right, guys, now, just so you know what you've been touching. This started out as a white powder, and it started out as baby diaper powder. This is at the bottom of a baby's diaper. It's called polyacrylamide. It's also used by astronauts in space, okay? It turns a liquid into a soft solid. Now, we're going to move on, and we're going to talk about one of my favorite things in science. We're going to be talking next about a special thing. Who knows what this is?
Dry ice.
This is dry ice. Now, dry ice is one of the coldest things in the whole world. It's 109 below zero. It's so cold that if you touch it with your finger, it will burn your finger. So you can never touch it. It's so cold, it feels hot. So you can never touch this unless you're wearing a glove. Now my hand's getting really cold in the glove, but luckily it's not getting burnt, okay? Now if you move it, what can you see?
Smoke.
Steam, smoke. Dry ice is called dry ice because it's not got any liquid, okay? It's never a liquid, it's a gas, a frozen gas. Now, what we can do is lots of fun things with it because it's cold and because it's a gas. Now first, I need two helpers who've not been to the front yet. Let's get in the blue at the back and in the white. Yep, come on out. Alright, now I'm going to give you a quarter and one to you. I'm going to give one to you, buddy. Stay where you are. I'm going to give one over this side to you, sweetheart. Stay where you are. And in the middle, in the white shirt. Okay, now, if I give you a coin, put it in your hands like this. Everybody else, put your hands together like this. Now, let's create heat by making some friction. So slowly rub, you don't really feel much. Let's get quicker. And let's get quicker. And let's go full speed. Rub, 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 rub. And touch your cheeks. How do your hands feel? Hot, right? Now we want to rub, rub, rub to make this coin hot. So keep rubbing. Rub, rub, rub. Now we want the coin to be hot enough to start to dance. Now to make it dance, we hold it at the top. We're going to push it down. 1, 2, 3. Can you see it starts to move all on its own? So it starts to shake back and forth. Now, did we hear anything when we first pushed it in? Yeah, we heard a sizzle, okay. Now hold the top of yours. Make sure we don't touch the ice. Hold on to it. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, let go. Perfect. Stay at the front. Push yours in. 1, 2, 3. Lovely. Okay, stay at the front. Who else has got one? All right, you guys just turn around and have a look. So turn around and have a look. 1, 2, 3, let go. That was a hot one. That was excellent. So you can see it start to shake. We've got one in the middle. I know we've got one in the middle for you guys. You can see this one, don't worry. Push yours in. Don't touch the ice. Be careful. 1, 2, 3, let go. Perfect. And then one over this side. Watch out. We've got one over here. Push yours in. 1, 2, 3, let go. All right then, friends. Now, as I was walking around, the coin started to shake. What happened to these first ones we put on? Well, what makes you say they froze? What color have they turned? They turned white. Now, the dry ice is so cold that if you put a quarter on it, it will freeze mega quick. hold your hand out like this. You're going to pass these around. The ice is too cold to feel, but you can feel the quarter. These are really cold, but they, get ready to pass them quick. Quick, quick, pass. Quick, quick, pass it around. Pass it around. Okay, guys, let Mr. Richie get his money back. Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else? Lovely. Okay. Now, next, guys, we're going to do a listening experiment. Dry ice, we've said, is really cold. Compared to the ice, thank you so much. Compared to the ice, this pan lid is hot. Now, when the ice hits the metal,
It turns up. Makes vibrate.
you get one sound. Two sounds, and then this one's my favorite. Is that you? Wow. So we got one here, and then in the middle's that stinker. Now, when the ice hits the metal vibrates. Show me vibration. Some vibrations are big. Some are teeny tiny. If the vibrations are big, stretch your arms out wide. It's so lonesome. Everybody make a loud sound. Stop. If the vibrations are small and close, put your hands really close. It's high! Now, what I need you to do is take a big breath, and you're going to follow my hands, okay? So, ready? Breathe in. Now, next, we're going to make a potion. If you don't want the potion, you don't have to have it. Just put your hands on your head. If you do want it, stay on your bottoms and I will try to get you. I need 2 helpers who've not helped me yet. In the,
I have a help.
yeah, in the black shirt. Who's that? Is that Buzz?
No.
Lightning McQueen. All right, now, come and hold on to this. 2 hands. Now, sweetheart, you're going to hold on to this with 1 hand. There we go. All right, now, turn around and show everybody. Now, what we're going to do, we're going to make a potion using our dry ice. So, with my hammer, I'm going to break it up into some little pieces. And we're going to put those little pieces in the container. So, let me just see it for 1 second. Now, hold this in 2 hands. Do not drop it. Will not hurt you, okay? I promise. So be brave. Face everybody so they can see. Now be really brave. Hold it in 2 hands. It won't hurt you. Turn around. I'll hold it with you. Turn around and face everybody. Okay. squirts of super science liquid. Now don't be scared. A little bit more than that. There we go. Give it a squirt. Perfect. We add a little bit more. And now put that back on the table. This is now a super science Don't move, guys. I'll come and get y'all. A little bit. We're going to do an explosion next, okay? Okay, stand up here. Turn around and face everybody. Now, this first one is not one you should try on your own, okay? Well, this first one we're going to use some dry ice again. So we break it into a little piece using my hammer. And we're going to put that into a film canister, and you're going to hold this up above your head. Hold on tight, okay? Point it up. Now, we are going to add a little bit of water to get it smoking. Can you see it start to smoke? Yeah. All right, now hold it down here. You're pretty tall. Okay, now just away from your head. That's it. Now, we are going to add a lid. Right now, all that gas is coming out, all the smoke's coming out. When we put the lid on, the smoke is trapped. It starts to push. Now hold on tight, because any second, something should. In a second, it should.
Explode!
Until there's no space left, and all right, guys. Now, if you saw there, that one is a little dangerous. Sometimes the ice will pop out, and you might accidentally touch it. So that's not one you should try on your own. This next one is one you can try with your family, okay? All you need is a film canister. You can get these free at Walgreens. Now, where's my lid at?
It's back there.
Oh, I got this one now. You need to make sure you've got a clear lid, okay? They'll give them you free at Walgreens. You need one of these, and you need an Alka-Seltzer. And this is going to turn the bottle into a rocket. It's best to do it outside because this will go above a house, all right? Come on out. Now, what you're going to do, you're going to break the Alka-Seltzer in half. So snap that in half. We're going to put a little bit of water in the container. So we fill it up about a quarter of the way. Now, you're going to drop both pieces in. I'm going to snap the lid on. We're going to turn it upside down, and it's going to blow up. Here we go. We need to back away after we put it in. Get ready to drop them in at the same time. Both at the same time. Drop it in. Back away. All right, here we go. Now this one is safer because you can touch the Alka-Seltzer afterwards, and the bubbles are what caused the explosion. All right, thank you so much. Sit back down. Now, friends, we've got a special treat for y'all. Here in a second, we're going to move on to do our making portion of the show where you get a take-home. Now, before that, we've got a couple of announcements. I am Mr. Rich from Super Science. We have a soccer science camp next week down the road in Murfreesboro. I've got some flyers around. It's loads of fun. We build rockets and race cars, catapults, different things, and then we do soccer in the morning, so it's loads of fun. If you'd like to come, we do still have spaces available. I also do birthday parties where we can come to your house and we can do our fun stuff at your house. Now, can we do the announcements next?
Where's Mama's coming next?
Lisa Leslie, pro basketball player for the Los Angeles Sparks. Some of you might think that you don't need to learn math and science to play sports. Well, you're wrong. Getting a good education has not only improved my academic skills, but it also improved my athletic skills. While playing pro basketball, I earned my graduate degree in business. I challenge you to be the best student possible. And to get you started, sit back and enjoy this next episode of the NASA Sci-Files as the Treehouse Detectives help you to learn more about math, science, and technology.
Don't forget to look for the answers to the following questions. What is energy? What are the 4 major systems of Earth? What happens if the Earth's energy budget is not balanced? When you see this icon, the answer is near.
Anybody want a smoothie?
What's in it?
Old family recipe. Vanilla yogurt, bananas, and celery.
Celery? Hey, the game.
Don't worry, I'll beat him, just like last time.
You wish. By the way, why aren't we at the treehouse?
Bianca's parents said the electric bill was too high for the treehouse, and we needed to cut down on our energy use. So we're using Justin's parents' energy instead.
Hey, don't say that too loud.
You're letting him win.
Don't worry, I'm way ahead of him.
I wouldn't get too excited. I'm about to score another 10,000 points.
Not if I can stop you.
We're catching up.
Oh, man. I was about to win.
Don't be too sure.
What happened?
I'll go get a flashlight.
I'll check the internet. Oops, no internet.
Well, at least the blender won't work now. You should see the stuff RJ's putting in those smoothies. Ugh.
We have battery-powered radios for situations just like this.
Extremely high electricity demand in the south side of the city caused transmission lines to overload today, leading to a blackout. A power company spokesperson said, crews are working to get your electricity back as soon as possible.
It seems that there's a greater demand for electricity than the power company can supply.
I remember that electricity can be made from several sources, such as moving water or burning coal.
I'm not sure if they make electricity out of gasoline, but I sure have noticed a big rise in gas prices.
Maybe by the time we get our licenses, there will be cars that run on something other than gas.
Like the car we saw at Chrysler. It was the hydrogen fuel cell car.
That doesn't help with our treehouse problem, unless they make hydrogen fuel cells for computers and lights.
What if we could find another energy source besides electricity? Maybe we could make the treehouse more energy efficient.
Well, I don't know a lot about energy, so where do we start?
Where we always start, the problem board.
So what do we know?
Well, we know that we're having a blackout because the people need more electricity than the system can produce.
We've got a similar problem at the treehouse. We need more electricity than we can afford.
And we know that electricity is a form of energy.
Right. So what do we need to know?
Well, we need to find a way to get back in the treehouse.
And we need to learn more about energy.
So where do we go?
Dr. D could probably help us get started. I'll go see him tomorrow morning.
I'll go with you.
Oh, I've got a joke for Dr. D, okay? So how did Benjamin Franklin feel when he discovered electricity?
Well?
Shocked. Did you... Oh, come on, you guys.
Hi, Dr. D. What are you doing?
I'm experimenting with potential and kinetic energy.
This looks like too much fun to be an experiment, Dr. D.
Seriously, Dr. D. We're having a little energy crisis at the treehouse. We need to learn more about energy. Can you help us?
Of course. First, we have to learn about work.
You mean like raking the leaves or doing the dishes?
Well, in a way. When scientists talk about work, they mean a force acting through a distance.
So if I push on something and it doesn't move, I haven't done any work?
Very insightful. Let's look at some examples of work. Lift this object for me.
Wow, this is really heavy. I have to apply a lot of force to lift it. Now that's work.
Exactly. The more force you apply, or the more you move the object, the more work you've done.
If I push this weight across the table, does it still work?
Did you apply force?
Yes, I can feel it pressing against my hand.
And your force moved the object, so you did work.
But what does all of this have to do with energy?
Energy is the ability to do work. If something has energy, it can push or pull an object through a distance.
To do work, an object must have energy?
That's right.
So if I hold up this heavy weight, it must have energy. Because if I drop it, it can drive a nail into a block of wood or crush a can.
Very good. We call that kind of energy potential energy. I'm going to wind up this toy, and you try it with these. Are we doing work?
Yes, I have to really push the key around. Does it still count as work if it's moving in a circle?
Yes, it does. You have to do work to give the toy energy. Once it's wound up, it has potential energy.
Why is it called potential?
That's because it's stored energy.
I know. It can't do any work right now, but once we let go, it can do work.
Let them go.
It's just like the heavy weight. Until you let it go, it can't do any work.
Now you're catching on. I have another experiment to show you. This is a balls and ramps experiment. The ball at the top has potential energy. When I let go, gravity does work on the ball and speeds it up, giving it kinetic energy or energy of motion. Can a ball with kinetic energy do work?
That's the easy one, Dr. D. A bowling ball knocks over the pins. That's work.
Wait a minute, Dr. D. This sounds like one of those cycles you're always talking about.
What do you mean?
Well, it takes work to give something energy, and once it has energy, it can do work.
Right. So, where did the ball at the top of the track get its energy?
You put it there.
Oh, and the wind-up toy got its energy because we did work to wind up the toy.
Very good. Energy doesn't just appear out of nowhere. In the case of the ball and the toy, I was the source of the energy.
And we learned in the case of the Physical Fitness Challenge that your source of energy is the food you eat.
And food has potential energy. Energy is stored in food until it is eaten. So where does the food get its energy?
The sun gives it the energy to grow.
The sun certainly affects everything on the Earth. You might find it interesting to see how the sun affects the Earth's systems. David Adamek at NASA Goddard Space Flight Center can help you.
Thanks, Dr. D. Do you mind if I use your computer to download a Get Up and Go sheet?
Sure.
To get a Get Up and Go sheet of your own, visit the NASA Sci-Files website.
Go ahead and lock up when you leave. I'm going to a conference in Denver, Colorado. I need to get ready.
Bianca and her family left today for Colorado to go skiing.
Maybe you'll bump into her on the slopes.
Well, I'm not going skiing this time. I'll keep my eye out for Bianca. You never know where you'll run into a treehouse detective. Goodbye.
See ya.
Have a nice trip.
Dr. David Adamek, a NASA researcher, agreed to meet with me here at NASA Goddard Space Flight Center in Greenbelt, Maryland. I'm excited to learn more about our Earth and its systems.
A system is a group or a collection of items that act together to function as a whole. The Earth itself is a system made up of other systems.
How many systems does the Earth have?
NASA divides its study of the Earth into 4 major systems: the lithosphere, the atmosphere, the hydrosphere, and the biosphere.
I know the atmosphere is a mixture of gases that surround the Earth. It also includes weather and climate. But what's the lithosphere?
Well, litho comes from the Greek word lithos, which means rock. So the lithosphere contains the solid outer layer of the Earth called the crust, and the layer of rock immediately below the crust called the mantle.
Remember that bio means life. So is the biosphere the parts of the Earth that are inhabited by living things?
Very good. And the hydrosphere is a system associated with water, either liquid or frozen. It consists of the oceans, lakes, rivers, snow, and even the ice caps at the poles.
Do the Earth's systems work together?
Yes, they do. And NASA is particularly interested in the way these systems exchange energy.
We learned that most energy on Earth comes from the sun. How do these systems exchange energy?
To better understand this, let's look at one of my favorite examples of an interaction between the lithosphere and the biosphere. Well, the interaction occurs because of an exchange of energy. Near the polar regions, there is land called tundra that is frozen solid during the winter. When the tundra is frozen, it is lighter in color and reflects sunlight, reflecting a lot of energy back into space. In the spring, the tundra begins to melt and tiny plants appear.
The plants are darker than the frozen surface, so more sunlight is absorbed by the land and less is reflected.
That's right. And as more sunlight is absorbed by the surface, the land gets warmer and more ice melts. More melting leads to more plants.
It's a cycle, and eventually the weather turns colder and the land freezes solid again. I guess it is pretty important to look at our Earth as a whole.
The Earth is just too complex a place to understand by only looking at one of its systems.
Why does NASA study the Earth's systems?
The number one reason is to understand how any changes in these systems might affect life on our planet. After all, humans are part of the biosphere, and we've learned that it's possible for us to change the way these systems behave.
So how does NASA monitor the Earth's systems?
NASA has a unique vantage point from which to monitor the Earth: space. Satellites can see the entire planet relatively quickly any time of the day or night.
And you can see anywhere.
Exactly. NASA also uses satellites to study the Earth's energy budget.
The Earth has an energy budget?
Yes, and I think you need to look at that next. Dr. Laura Hinkleman at NASA Langley can help you with this.
Thanks, Dr. Adamek. This information has been really helpful.
Oh, you're welcome.
I'm meeting with Dr. Laura Hinkleman, an atmospheric scientist at NASA Langley Research Center in Hampton, Virginia. I know when we're talking about money, a budget is an estimate of how much money you have and how you expect to spend it in a given amount of time. But what is the Earth's energy budget?
It's similar to your definition, but instead of money, the Earth's budget is for radiation.
What is radiation?
Radiation is energy in the form of waves, such as light. Where does most energy on the Earth come from?
That's easy. The sun, our star.
That's correct. The sun's radiant energy lights up our daytime sky and makes all life possible on Earth. The radiation budget represents the balance between incoming energy from the sun and the energy reflected from or given off by the Earth.
So where does the sun get its energy?
All stars, like our sun, produce light and other kinds of energy by using the energy stored in the tiny nucleus at the center of atoms.
We learned that atoms are tiny particles that are the building blocks of all matter in the universe. And if a substance is only made up of one type of atom, then it's called an element.
Very good. One element found inside the sun is hydrogen. And when the nuclei of hydrogen atoms move very quickly, they can collide. Sometimes they combine to make helium atoms in a nuclear process called fusion. Fusion causes a tremendous amount of energy to be released.
And once the energy is released, it radiates outward into space.
Yes, but only a small amount of the sun's radiant energy reaches the Earth, and only a smaller part of that is visible light.
What happens once the sun's energy reaches the Earth?
The Earth's atmosphere provides a layer that can absorb harmful energy, such as ultraviolet light, X-rays, and gamma rays. Some of the radiant energy is bounced back or reflected into space, and some is scattered through the Earth's atmosphere.
So what happens if the Earth's energy budget isn't balanced between the energy that comes into the Earth and the energy that leaves the Earth?
If the energy coming into the Earth is greater than the flow of energy going out, then the overall temperature of the planet will rise.
Will the Earth cool if the energy coming into the Earth is less than the energy leaving?
Yes, and over long periods of time, any change in the overall energy budget can affect the climate and thus affect the livability of the planet for humans, other animals, and plants.
How would it affect our ability to live on Earth?
If the temperature increases, for example, it could melt the ice at the poles, causing a rise in sea level. People living near the coast would be affected and might lose their homes. Some plants and animals depend on specific temperatures to live and reproduce. A difference of even 1 degree over time could be harmful.
What can cause the temperature of the Earth to change?
One reason could be a change to the overall energy balance of the Earth. For example, if the strength of the sun were to suddenly change significantly.
I wouldn't think that would be very likely.
No, a more likely cause would be a change in the overall structure of the Earth's system. For example, if the concentration of gases such as carbon dioxide increases, the surface of the Earth would warm. An increase in clouds can also block the sun and reduce incoming sunlight.
What could cause an increase in carbon dioxide and clouds?
Mostly human development.
Is human development when we cut down trees, build factories, and pave roads?
Exactly. And the burning of certain fuels, such as coal or oil, produces gases and small particles or aerosols, which can reflect and absorb radiation themselves.
So if there are more aerosols in the air, then more sunlight will be reflected back into space. Don't aerosol particles help to form clouds?
Yes, water molecules join together to form droplets more easily on the surfaces of small aerosol particles than in the air alone.
There are more aerosols in the air, the more cloud droplets might form, which will absorb and reflect more energy, causing a change in the Earth's energy budget.
I think you've got it.
What should be done to protect our Earth's energy budget?
Good question. Scientists continue to study the problem, but there's no one solution. It might help if we were to use renewable energy instead of relying on non-renewable energy sources.
Renewable and non-renewable. I think we need to learn more about that. We want our solution to our energy crunch to also be helpful to our planet.
Good idea. As you know, NASA is committed to its mission of protecting our planet.
This has been great, Dr. Hinkleman.
I'm glad I could help.
So what's up? Can the treehouse detectives find a way to save energy? Or will they have to give up their treehouse? Find out in the next exciting chapter of The Case of the Energy Crunch.
Be sure to look for the answers to the following questions. What are some non-renewable energy sources? What does photovoltaic mean? When you see this icon, the answer is near.
I miss meeting in the treehouse.
Me too, but with the cost of electricity and the energy shortage, we really need to budget our energy use.
I can help with that. I know all there is to know about budgets.
You were just like your brother. So how is Tony doing at school?
Great. He really loves his business classes. Just imagine the excitement of learning about macroeconomics.
Macaroni economics?
What is it with you and food? Are you hungry or something?
I should have had one of my wheatgrass smoothies before I left the house.
Let's get back to our energy problem. Remember, electricity is used in almost everything. Radios, televisions, computers.
And electric nose hair clippers.
Ew, I don't even want to think about that.
I'm not sure what the alternative is to using electricity, but I think we need to brainstorm other energy sources.
Okay, how do we do that?
Let's download a brainstorming map from the website to get started. Go to the NASA Sci-Files website where you can download helpful tools for your own investigations. So I think we're ready to go to the problem board. So what do we know?
We know that we need to limit our use of energy in the treehouse.
And we know that energy is the ability to do work or to make an effort.
We know the sun is the source of most energy on Earth.
And that the Earth's systems interact with each other.
We also know that the Earth has an energy budget.
So what do we need to know?
Laura Hinkleman at NASA Langley talked about renewable and non-renewable energy.
I wonder what the difference is.
I just emailed the other treehouse detectives to get their input, too.
Justin sent me a text message. He's on the case. His mom went to Virginia Tech, and one of her college friends owns a company called Davenport Energy. Justin thinks he can help us.
That's great. That means we can keep skating.
I'm in South Boston, Virginia to meet with Mr. Ben Davenport. His company, Davenport Energy, serves over 13,000 customers. That's a lot of energy.
I understand that you're here to learn more about renewable and non-renewable energy sources.
Yes, we're having an energy crunch at our treehouse, and we need to learn about all the different energy types to determine which one will best solve our problem.
Well, Ms. Lipscomb here is just the person you need to speak with. Let me know if there's anything else I can do to help.
Thanks, Mr. Davenport.
Sure enough.
Power plants need energy to produce electricity. Most of the energy we use today to produce electricity is non-renewable. Non-renewable energy sources such as coal, petroleum, also known as oil, and natural gas are being used up faster than Earth can replace them. They are known as fossil fuels.
Why are they called fossil fuels?
Well, they actually are fossils. They're the remains of plants and animals that died and decayed over millions of years ago.
We read in our research that coal is made from plants that lived and died in swampy areas.
As the plants died and began to decay, sediments such as loose rock and sand piled up on top of the decaying plants.
What happened next?
The massive sediments compress the partially decayed plants, squeezing out the moisture. Coal forms in various stages and produces lots of heat when burned.
I realize that coal is a fossil fuel because it is the fossil remains of plants. But oil is liquid, so why is it considered a fossil fuel?
Just like coal, the process started millions of years ago. The remains of animals and plants that lived in the ocean died and were covered by layers of mud.
And they were compressed.
Heat and pressure from these layers caused chemical reactions to occur, creating the liquid we call crude oil, as well as gases we call natural gas.
If fossil fuels are non-renewable, then why do we use them?
They're widely used because they're easy to find and collect. Today, coal provides almost 30% of the worldwide energy needs, while oil and natural gas provide almost 60%.
What type of energy does Davenport supply?
We supply petroleum products and propane gas to residential, industrial, and agricultural users.
We learned in the case of the Ocean Odyssey that oil rigs drill for oil and gas. But how does the oil and gas get to you?
After crude oil is removed from the ground, it is transported to a refinery by pipeline, ship, or barge. And at the refinery, it is separated into usable products.
I didn't know that oil could be made into different products.
1 barrel of crude oil produces about 20 gallons of gasoline, 7 gallons of diesel fuel, and other products such as propane.
What's propane?
Propane is an energy-rich gas that is found in either oil or natural gas. It occurs naturally as a gas. However, at a higher pressure or lower temperature, it becomes a liquid.
What is propane used for?
It is the most common source of energy used in rural areas that do not have natural gas service. It is used for heating homes, cooking, refrigeration, and anything else you'd use gas for. You can even power a bus or a car with propane.
If it is used mostly in rural areas, then how do you get the propane to your customers?
Propane usually goes by underground pipeline to terminals across the country. Railroads, barges, trucks, and supertankers then transport the propane to distributors such as Davenport. We then fill up small tank trucks called bobtails and deliver the propane to large storage tanks that are outside a customer's home.
I guess we could use propane to power the treehouse, but I think we should do more research on renewable energy.
I recommend you go see a friend of mine at Virginia Tech. He knows all about renewable energy. In fact, he and his students have built a house powered by sunlight.
Sounds like Virginia Tech is our next stop. Thanks, Miss Lipscomb.
You're welcome.
The Virginia Tech campus is huge, and some of the buildings date back to 1859. But the solar house a team of students built is very modern. Dr. Mike Ellis agreed to meet me here to talk about renewable energy.
Hi, you must be Justin.
Wow, this is so cool.
It is cool, and it's a great place to learn about renewable energy.
Where do renewable energy sources get their energy? We know that non-renewable energy sources like oil and gas got their energy from the sun millions of years ago.
Renewable energy sources like solar, wind, hydropower, and biomass also get their energy from the sun. The difference is these sources are constantly replenished.
How?
Take hydroelectric power, for instance. The sun provides the energy to evaporate water to make clouds. Rain from the clouds, along with melting snow, replenishes lakes. And water from the lakes flows through hydro plants like the Hoover Dam to make electricity.
Cool. I read on your website that this house was designed to be part of a competition called the Solar Decathlon.
That's right. The Solar Decathlon is a competition that occurs every 2 years. Students from colleges and universities across the country design and build solar houses and transport the houses to Washington, D.C. The houses are set up on the National Mall in the heart of the city, where they are judged in 10 different categories.
This whole house is solar powered?
That's right. This house is just like any other home. It's got lights, a refrigerator, heating and air conditioning. But instead of being connected to power lines, this house is connected to photovoltaic panels on the roof. That's our power source.
What does photovoltaic mean?
Well, photo means light, and voltaic refers to electricity.
So let me guess. The photovoltaic panels convert the energy of the sunlight directly into electricity?
Exactly.
Wait a minute. What if it's a cloudy or rainy day? Or what do you do at night when there's no sun?
The students thought about that, and they came up with a great solution. Any energy that's not used immediately is stored in batteries, so it can be used at nights or on cloudy days.
Did you have to be careful when you designed the house so that you wouldn't use too much energy?
The students were certainly concerned with energy use, because the less energy we use, the fewer photovoltaic panels we need on the roof and the fewer batteries we need to store energy.
How did you save energy?
For the walls, we used translucent materials that let light in, so we didn't need to rely on electric lighting during the day. The materials we use for the walls and the roof are also good insulators, reducing the need for heating and cooling. And we used a very efficient heating and cooling system.
Does this house have hot water?
Yes. The photovoltaic panels on the roof also provide the energy to run a heat pump that heats water for showers, as well as hot water that runs in pipes under the floors to help heat the home.
It seems like energy research is pretty important at Virginia Tech. Thanks, Dr. Ellis.
You're welcome. And if you want to learn more about renewable energy, a good place to start would be the National Renewable Energy Lab in Boulder, Colorado.
Dr. D is at a conference in Denver, and Bianca's on vacation with her family in Boulder. We could get them to go there and do more research.
The National Renewable Energy Laboratory is the Department of Energy's premier lab for the research and development of renewable energy. This is the perfect place to learn about solar energy. I'm meeting Dr. D at a facility where they are testing all kinds of photovoltaic technology.
Hey, Dr. D. Wow, check out that getup.
I'm glad you like my solar hat and jacket.
Does the fan on your hat have anything to do with the sun?
Naturally, it's powered by these photovoltaic cells on top. The sun's energy is converted directly into electricity, which powers the fan.
What about the photovoltaic cells on your jacket?
They're doing the same thing as the cells on my solar flashlight.
Dr. D, if the sun is shining, then why would you need a flashlight?
You use the electricity produced by the photovoltaic cells to charge the batteries during the day.
So you can use it at night. We think we have the answer to our energy problem at the treehouse.
What's your hypothesis?
If we can harness the sun's solar energy, then we will have unlimited energy to power the treehouse. We're working on calculating how many photovoltaic cells it will take to power the treehouse. Just think, if we had some photovoltaic cells on the roof to produce electricity and a solar collector panel to heat the water, we could save a lot of energy.
Of course, if it's cloudy, then you have a problem.
It does get cloudy a lot back home.
Why don't you have one of the treehouse detectives back home talk to Paul Stackhouse? He's a NASA researcher who can tell you about good locations for solar collectors. This will help you decide if you could depend upon solar energy.
Thanks, Dr. D.
I'm here at NASA Langley Research Center to meet with Dr. Paul Stackhouse. NASA research is helping companies and cities determine the alternative energy source that is best for their area. We're also hoping he can tell us whether or not we should put up solar panels at the treehouse.
Some energy analysts expect renewable energies to provide between 5 and 10% of the world's energy needs within 25 years, and that may rise up to 50% by the year 2050.
Wow, that's a big increase in the use of renewable energy. So why will it increase so much?
To meet the world's rising energy needs at an affordable cost, recent energy shortages have increased concern over our national energy policy. It is becoming more important than ever that we make sure that affordable energy is available.
So what new sources of renewable energy are the best?
It depends on a lot of factors. For example, you wouldn't want to build a wind farm in an area that doesn't get a lot of wind, just as you wouldn't want to build a large solar power plant in a cloudy area.
That makes sense. So how do companies know where to build renewable energy plants?
One way is to look at the environment in terms of its climate and weather. We are conducting research here at NASA that does this. NASA studies the Earth and its atmosphere with ground-based instruments, aircraft, and satellites.
Why do you need satellites?
Traditional weather data, air temperature, humidity, winds, and precipitation, are collected at limited locations. Solar energy data are collected at even fewer locations. Today, satellites provide the data to derive detailed weather and solar energy information. This helps energy companies make good decisions when planning and designing renewable energy plants.
So, do you have to collect data for long periods of time?
One of the research programs, the Surface Radiation Budget Project, produces long-term data sets of solar and thermal energy exchange at the Earth's surface.
Who uses that information?
Climate researchers and the National Renewable Energy Laboratory.
We sent Bianca and Dr. D there to do some research on solar energy.
The National Renewable Energy Laboratory first requested that NASA make solar data available to a nonprofit company to determine if solar cooking devices would work in African refugee camps.
I'd like to try solar cooking. Do you think we'd have enough sunshine here to make one work?
On our website, you're able to see over 10 years of data for our area, and that could help answer your question.
We think that solar panels might be the answer to the energy crunch at our treehouse. Do you think we get enough sunshine here to make them work?
Well, let's go to the website and look at the data.
All right.
So what's up? Is solar power the answer to the Treehouse Detective's energy crisis? Find out in the next exciting chapter of The Case of the Energy Crunch.
Be sure to look for the answers to the following questions. How is wind created? What is biomass? What is E85 fuel? When you see this icon, the answer is near.
Okay, so solar energy may not be the answer to our energy problem at the treehouse. Justin looked at the data for our area with Dr. Stackhouse, We have a lot of cloudy and rainy days.
Nothing helps with a problem board like hot chocolate. Thanks, Matt.
So what do we know?
We know that there is renewable and non-renewable energy, and the sun is the source of most energy on Earth.
We also know that solar energy is an example of renewable energy.
But it might not be the best way to power the treehouse.
So what do we need to know?
Dr. Stackhouse mentioned wind power. I think that might be a good place to start.
We do live along the coast and have a lot of windy days.
And of course, there are other forms of renewable energy to explore. So where do we go?
Bianca is still in Colorado. We can send her back to NREL. They do research on wind energy there.
I'll send her an email and see if there's someone who can meet with her.
Great. So wind is taken care of. What?
Nothing.
The treehouse detectives called me off the slopes again. I'm headed to the National Wind Technology Center in Boulder, Colorado, to meet with Miss Trudy Forsythe, an expert in small wind turbines.
So, I hear you're having an energy crunch at the treehouse.
Yes, and we're interested in wind as an alternative energy source.
Wind energy is an excellent renewable energy source.
Where does the wind come from?
To understand the wind, you need to understand how the sun heats the earth.
I know it's not the same temperature everywhere in the world, so the sun must heat the Earth's surface differently.
That's using your analytical skills. The uneven heating of the Earth and the rotation of the Earth work together to make wind energy.
How do they create wind?
Let's use a beach as an example. During the day, the land heats up very quickly, but the water takes longer to heat. The warm air above the land rises, and the cooler air above the water moves in to replace the rising warm air. The wind flowing from the ocean to the land is called a sea breeze.
So the wind is created when air moves from one location to another.
That's exactly right. Now let's think about a mountain. Cooler air is at the top of the mountain because it's higher in the atmosphere than the lowland. What happens to that cooler air?
Let's see. If hot air rises and cooler air sinks, then the cooler air will flow down into the warmer lowland areas.
And the faster the wind blows, the more power it has to do the work of turning the blades of a wind turbine.
How does a wind turbine work?
The blades on the turbine act much like an airplane wing. Wind blowing across the blades creates lift, and the spinning shaft turns the generator that creates electricity.
How windy does it have to be for a wind turbine to create electricity?
The Department of Energy measures wind on a scale of 1 to 7, with 7 being the strongest.
I wonder what the strength is of our wind in Virginia.
Average annual wind speeds can be found on wind resource assessment maps. I looked up where you live in Virginia, and the wind resource assessment map shows you're between a Class 2 and a Class 3 wind.
If we only want one wind turbine, is that enough wind for it to work?
That depends on the size of the wind turbine. A Class 3 wind has an average speed of about 5.5 meters per second, or 12 miles per hour. That's pretty good for a small turbine, and a Class 2 might work with a taller tower. We're also doing research with turbines on how to be more effective at lower wind speeds.
How tall does a tower need to be?
In general, the tower needs to be 2 times taller than the tallest obstacle in the prevailing wind direction, and it needs to be on at least 1 acre of land.
I know that a long time ago, windmills were used to pump water and grind grain, but don't most of them today create electricity?
That's correct.
I guess we couldn't put a wind turbine on top of the treehouse.
I don't think that would be a good idea because you'd have problems with turbulence and vibration.
Sounds like it's probably not the best solution to our problem.
Probably not if you live in the city. But wind turbines are great for farms and for other rural areas.
Will wind energy be the answer to our Earth's energy problem?
Not completely. The goal of the Department of Energy Wind Powering America program is to have wind energy meet 5% of our electricity needs by the year 2020.
That would take a lot of wind turbines.
By placing turbines together in a high wind area, you create wind farms. These wind farms are generally located in areas with Class 4 winds or higher. They can stand taller than a 20-story building, and the blades can be as long as 40 meters, or about 125 feet. Wind farms can produce enough electricity to power tens of thousands of homes.
That's a lot of power. What are some advantages to wind power?
Well, the advantages are endless. It's as cheap as conventional fuel sources today, and it's environmentally sound.
So what happens when the wind doesn't blow?
Utilities can generate power using other sources if the wind dies down, and isolated homes and farms can store energy into their batteries for later use.
Thanks, Miss Forsythe. This was really interesting.
You're most welcome.
Dr. D is always doing the coolest research.
This is amazing!
Woo! This time, it took him up to an altitude of 3,000 meters, or about 10,000 feet. I met up with him at Mile High Gliding, a company in Boulder, Colorado that offers glider rides over the Rocky Mountains.
That was a blast. If I lived here, I'd sign up for lessons.
They give lessons here?
Yes, they teach dozens of people each year how to pilot gliders. In fact, Mile High Gliding offers scholarships to young people for flying lessons.
Cool. I'll check out their website.
Did you know that my glider ride was a terrific example of energy?
What kind of energy?
The tow plane did the work to lift the glider above the ground, giving it potential energy. The plane's energy source was gasoline. Once the glider released from the plane, 3, 2, 1, release. Gravity brought it down, but wind power pushed it back up.
How did the wind do that?
Well, here they fly over the Rocky Mountains. When the wind blows over the mountains and comes down the other side, it collides with stationary air and bounces back up, creating wave lift. So glider pilots are really surfing the mountain wave.
Wind energy is amazing. I learned a lot today at the National Wind Technology Center.
Are you any closer to solving your energy crunch?
Well, where we live in Virginia, we don't have the best winds for a turbine, but we might be able to power a small one.
It sounds like you need to explore other options. How about vegetable oil?
Vegetable oil? You mean what you put in salad dressing?
Yes, certain types of trucks are actually powered by soybean oil. It's called biodiesel.
Are you sure, Dr. D?
Yes, I am, and it's definitely a renewable energy source.
I'll be sure to include that in my report to the treehouse detectives at home. We've got some more research to do.
Research is always a good idea. Even though it probably won't help with the treehouse, you should look into nuclear energy. It's fascinating.
Are you reading Bianca's report on wind?
I just finished it. Now I'm surfing the internet. There's a NASA Sci-Files Kids Club in New York. They're doing some interesting research on wind energy.
And they're a NASA Explorer School. Let's dial them up. Hi, I'm Kaylee, and this is Justin.
Hi.
We wanted to learn more about your research.
Hi, my name is Janae Tucker, and this is Chris Diaz, and we are Miss Jordan's class at the LaVergne37086 Academy CS214 in the Bronx, New York.
We are conducting experiments with windmills to see how the tilt of the blade affects the speed of the windmills.
We learned at NREL that wind is a great source of energy.
And that the speed of the wind is a factor in the amount of energy produced. But we didn't think about the tilt of the blades having an effect.
We weren't sure, but we hypothesized that the greater the tilt of the blade, the less the speed of the windmill. So we constructed 3 small windmills with blades at different tilts to test our hypothesis.
To build each windmill, we cut rectangular-shaped blades from poster board. We attached paper clips to the back of each blade.
Next, we used a protractor to determine the correct angle for each windmill and inserted the metal tips of the paper clip into the cork.
What angle did you test for each windmill?
The 3 tilts were 20 degrees, 45 degrees, and 60 degrees.
We placed the cork on a skewer stick with a straw. Then we added a string attached to a paper clip.
We used a fan placed about 40 centimeters directly in front of the windmill.
For each test, we waited until the fan reached medium speed, then removed the wind block.
We used a stopwatch to time how fast the paperclip wound to the top.
We know how important it is to do multiple trials and control the variables. What were your results?
The average time for 20 degrees was 2.34 seconds. It was 3.32 seconds for the blades tilted 45 degrees and 6.18 seconds for the blades tilted 60 degrees.
Maybe you could repeat the experiment and increase the wind speed.
We thought the same thing. We're gonna try that next.
That's great. Be sure to send us your results.
We will. Goodbye from the LaVergne37086 Academy CS214 in the Bronx, New York.
Bye. Bye. That was very interesting. Wind seems to be a great way to create energy. Earth to Kaylee. Are you even listening?
Oh, sorry. I was rereading Bianca's report, and I think wind is our answer. We just need to figure out how big of a wind turbine to build outside of the treehouse. What do you think? 15 meters high? 25? I need a calculator.
Do you think Bianca's neighbors would be okay with a giant wind turbine in the backyard? And what if the wind doesn't blow?
Oh,
Good point. Looks like we're running out of ideas.
Don't give up yet. We still have to check out biomass.
That's a funny sounding name. What do you think it means?
I'm not sure, but I think it might have something to do with trash. This says there's a trash plant in Baltimore that uses biomass to create energy.
A trash plant?
Sounds like that's our next stop. It wasn't hard to find the Wheelabrator waste-to-energy plant located in the heart of downtown Baltimore, Maryland. I can't believe this place looks so clean. I thought that a trash burning plant would look more, well, dirty. I'm here to meet with Ms. Maria Zanes. I can't wait to learn more about biomass and how they turn trash into energy. What is biomass?
Biomass is a very broad term used to describe all plant and animal matter on the Earth's surface that can be used as a source of energy. It can include algae, trees, crops, and other plants.
Dr. D told us that soybean oil can be used to fuel trucks. Is that an example of biomass?
Yes, it is, because soybean oil comes from the soybean plant.
So if plants create energy, where does the energy come from in the first place?
The energy comes from the sun. It is captured by growing plants through a process called photosynthesis. The energy is stored until released.
So at this facility, the energy is released when the ordinary trash, such as yard debris, paper, or cardboard, is burned.
That's right.
And less trash must be good for the environment.
Absolutely. Waste-to-energy plants such as this one can produce clean, renewable energy through the burning of solid waste. When burned, the amount or volume of trash is reduced by 90%.
And less trash means that there are fewer landfills.
And burning trash produces less carbon dioxide than burning fossil fuels, which also helps the environment.
So how do you turn trash into energy?
Incoming trucks deliver the trash to an enclosed reception area. Overhead cranes transfer the trash into the boiler's feed hoppers. Inside each boiler, the trash is burned at a temperature greater than 1,000 degrees Celsius.
Wow, that's around 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
Air is needed to fuel the fire, so the air is drawn from the reception area. By using the air from this area, garbage odors and dusts are prevented from escaping into the outside environment.
That's good. In the case of the unknown stink, we learned all about bad smells. What happens after you burn the trash?
The heat released from the burning trash turns water flowing through tubes in the boiler's walls into high-pressure steam. The steam runs a turbine that produces electrical energy.
How much electrical energy is created?
At full capacity, 2,250 tons per day of trash can generate enough electricity to power 50,000 homes.
That's a lot of electricity. And we always have trash.
In 2003, Americans produced more than 236 million tons of trash. That's 4.5 pounds of waste per person each day. But only 13%, or about 30 million tons of that trash, was used to generate electricity in waste-to-energy facilities.
Are more facilities being built so that more trash can be turned into energy?
Some communities that already have plants are expanding them to generate more electricity from trash. Several cities are also considering building new plants.
I don't think we can power our treehouse by burning our trash. It might be kind of dangerous, considering it's a treehouse. But a waste-to-energy plant sounds like something every community might need.
It is a great option to be considered.
Thanks, Ms. Zanes. This has been really helpful.
You're welcome.
I'm at Virginia Tech again, this time to meet with Dr. Doug Nelson. He works with a team of students that are participating in a competition called Challenge X. I'm here to find out what Challenge X has to do with renewable energy. So what is Challenge X?
Well, Challenge X is a 3-year competition that allows engineering students a chance to do research and development on vehicles that have less environmental impact.
So what are you researching here?
Well, our hybrid electric vehicle team is working on a hybrid vehicle that runs on E85 fuel.
What's E85 fuel?
It's a fuel that's made from 85% ethanol and 15% gasoline, and the ethanol comes from plants like wheat or corn.
Because it's made from plants, is it considered a biomass fuel?
Yes, it is.
Why can't you just use ethanol?
Well, gasoline has to be added to help vehicles start in cold weather.
I remember in our research on biomass that some gasoline already has ethanol in it. How is E85 different?
Well, current fuels have up to 10% ethanol, so they're called E10. Most cars in the U.S. can run on E10. However, if you want to use E85 fuel, you have to alter the engine in a car or truck.
Does ethanol work just as well as regular gasoline?
Yes, but it doesn't get as many miles per gallon as regular gasoline. Although the advantage is it's a renewable energy source.
How is ethanol made?
In this country, it's mostly made from corn by a process called fermentation.
What's fermentation?
It's a biochemical process where a microorganism breaks down a substance into simpler ones. In Brazil, they make a lot of ethanol for cars by fermenting sugarcane. And the exciting news is that scientists are researching ways to make ethanol from things such as wood chips and corn stalks.
We learned all about burning trash to get energy, and now it's great to see another way to use waste products to produce energy.
Research is being done on a plant called switchgrass.
Switchgrass?
Yes, switchgrass can grow in poor soil. It doesn't need to be planted every year, and in general is much cheaper to grow than corn.
Are there any other advantages to using ethanol over gasoline?
Yes, it burns clean and it produces less carbon dioxide. Another advantage is that it's energy efficient to produce. Researchers found that burning ethanol produces 34% more energy than is required for its production.
Why aren't there more E85 cars?
Well, first we'd need to produce enough ethanol for all the cars that use it. Also, there aren't a lot of E85 gas stations.
But what if you're driving and you run out of ethanol?
That's okay, because cars that run on ethanol can also run on regular gasoline. They're called flex fuel vehicles.
I bet they're more expensive than regular cars.
They generally don't cost any more than the same model of car that runs on only gasoline. Now that gasoline is costing more, ethanol will become more attractive to car buyers, so more stations will probably start selling it.
I like the idea that ethanol is a renewable energy source.
Well, then you really like the car we're working on. It's a hybrid electric vehicle, or an HEV. It will run on E85 and regular gas, but also uses electricity.
Wow, that's really cool.
Yes, it is. The electric motor helps power the car when there's more work to do, such as climbing a hill or accelerating. And when you brake in an HEV, this causes the motor to act like a generator and charge the battery.
Sounds like a real way to save energy.
Yes, and we're really excited about the competition. We think we can win with our E85 hybrid car design.
I sure hope so. Thanks, Dr. Nelson.
You're welcome.
So what's up? Should the Treehouse detectives use biomass fuels to power the treehouse? Find out in the next exciting chapter of The Case of the Energy Crunch.
Don't forget to look for the answers to the following questions. What is uranium? What are some ways to conserve energy? How does insulation help to conserve energy? When you see this icon, the answer is near.
The USS George Washington, 4 acres of sovereign U.S. territory. This is so cool, and we haven't even talked about nuclear power yet. I'm meeting with Lieutenant Morris, who works as a propulsion plant watch officer in the reactor department on the ship. Wow, it must take a lot of energy to run a huge ship like this.
It certainly does. It takes a tremendous amount of energy to run the main engines to propel this ship through the water. And with 5,000 sailors on board, we also need electricity to power lights, appliances, and countless other machinery.
Where do you get your energy?
From the ship's 2 nuclear reactors.
How do they do that?
Well, a nuclear reactor operates basically the same as a power plant, with one exception: the source of heat. The process that produces the heat in a nuclear plant is the fissioning, or splitting, of uranium atoms.
What is uranium?
Uranium is a naturally occurring, silvery white radioactive element. When the uranium atoms in the fuel fission, heat is generated, which raises the temperature of ordinary pressurized water.
Well, what happens next?
The water circulates through a closed sluice that includes a heat exchanger, which has a water-type boundary between the pressurized water and the unpressurized water that is in a steam system. The energy from the pressurized water causes the unpressurized water to boil, producing steam.
And the steam uses its energy to turn the turbine.
The steam turns the turbines to propel the ship through the water and to produce electricity. After the steam turns the turbines, it flows to a condenser. Both the water from the pressurized system and the steam system are pumped back to be heated again.
What is a condenser?
A condenser is also a heat exchanger that removes heat from steam so it condenses into water. Seawater is used to provide the cooling water for the condenser. The condensed water is then pumped back to be heated into steam.
Wow, nuclear energy sounds pretty complex. Do you need special training to work in the reactor department of a ship?
Absolutely. Sailors working on aircraft carriers, submarines, or any vessels powered by nuclear energy must go through extensive training and education. And our training continues throughout our careers.
I guess safety is very important when you're working with nuclear energy.
Safety is number one. In fact, Naval Reactors maintains an outstanding record of over 133 million miles safely steamed on nuclear power. The program currently operates over 100 reactors.
Are sailors ever exposed to radiation?
Actually, over the course of the year, an average sailor that works in engineering spaces receives less than 15% of the radiation exposure that you get from natural radioactivity in the environment each year.
Working in the reactor department sounds challenging.
It is, and yet it's an exciting career choice. If you are interested, you should talk to your Navy recruiters at your school. Would you like a tour of the ship?
Definitely.
Well, let's go.
All of these energy alternatives are a lot to think about.
That's why I made my brain smoothie, to nourish my brain and think more clearly.
Please don't tell me that brains is one of the ingredients.
No, the secret ingredient is spinach. You want some?
No, that's cool. I think my brain just kicked into high gear.
I feel like there isn't just one answer to our energy problem.
I know what you mean. All of our research has made me think about the future of energy.
Me too. We know that non-renewable energy won't last forever.
And even though there are lots of alternative energy options, not every option will work in every location.
My mom and dad are always talking about conserving energy around the house.
Yeah, mine too. Turn off the lights, close the door, don't stand in front of the fridge.
Wait a minute. We haven't researched energy conservation yet.
Maybe that smoothie really is increasing your brain power. That's a great idea. I know just the person we need to talk to. Ward Burton.
Ward Burton, the race car driver?
Exactly. Mr. Ward Burton won the Daytona 500 in 2002. You might be asking, what does he have to do with energy conservation? Well, conservation has always been an interest of his. He has even created this 2,000-acre wildlife preserve here in Southern Virginia.
Most of the energy that we use comes from natural resources, like fossil fuels, which are limited. No one knows for sure how long they'll last. It is really important to conserve as much energy as possible now until other alternative energy sources are more available.
That makes sense. So what are some ways we can conserve energy?
Well, there are easy things you can do, such as turning off your lights when you leave your room.
And turning off my computer and monitor when I'm not using them.
Yes, you know that'll help. Also, be sure to wash only full loads of laundry and full loads in the dishwasher, too.
I could walk or ride my bike short distances and even carpool with my friends.
Excellent idea, Justin. And then you not only help save on gasoline, but you cut down on carbon dioxide emissions also.
We learned that an increase in carbon dioxide could cause the atmosphere to warm and the climate to change.
That's correct, Justin. You know, however, in the last 30 years, engineers and scientists have worked really hard to reduce the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere by 85%. But you know, it's still an important consideration when choosing an energy source.
Our treehouse has a lot of electronic devices that use up a lot of energy. What else can we do to save energy?
One thing you can do is to make sure that your appliances and electronics are energy efficient. If you need to replace an appliance, be sure to look for an Energy Guide and an Energy Star label.
What are they?
Energy Guide labels are required on most home appliances, but not all electronics. The labels provide an estimation of the product's energy consumption or energy efficiency. Energy Star labels appear on appliances and home electronics that meet the strict energy efficiency criteria established by the U.S. Department of Energy and the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency.
Is there anything else we can do?
Well, it might not be practical for your treehouse, but you can easily reduce a home's heating and cooling costs through proper insulation.
How does insulation work?
Heat flows naturally from a warmer to a colder space. For example, in the winter, the heat flows directly from all heated spaces to nearby unheated attics, garages, and even basements, and sometimes right out in the outdoors. Properly insulating your home will prevent heat flow.
So it's like putting a big blanket around the house.
Right, but the blanket is inside the walls, the attic, and the flooring. And the sealed doors and windows will control the loss of heat through the cracks in the opening. And you know, more importantly, raise or lower your thermostat in your house. In the winter, every degree you lower your thermostat, you save 3% of your heating costs.
Wow, I never knew there was so much to conserving energy.
Well, sometimes we just don't think about it until we have an energy crisis. But it is important to consider energy conservation every day.
I read on the internet that you have a foundation.
Yeah, I do, Justin. and I created the Warburton Wildlife Foundation to help conserve America's land and wildlife. The foundation encourages wise management of our natural resources, while at the same time educating children and adults about conservation.
We definitely need to be educated on our natural resources. We had no idea that energy wouldn't always be there for us.
Well, Justin, it really sounds like you're on the right track now. I'd like to take you to see where our building for our Natural Resource Educational Center is going to be. Come on, let's go see.
So, after all your research, what's the most interesting thing you've discovered about energy?
I think it's amazing that cars can run on vegetable oil. I mean, that's the kind of car I want to get when I get my license. I'll be able to save money because I won't have to buy gas.
I like the huge wind turbines because wind is free.
I like the idea of burning trash to make energy. It's even better than free energy because it reduces the amount of trash that's building up in our landfills.
Those are all great ways to produce energy. And just think what scientists and engineers might come up with in the future. In fact, right now, NASA is doing research on a way to propel spacecraft using the sun's energy.
How'd they do that?
Sunlight bounces off a football field-sized ultra-thin mirror called a solar sail. The bounce of the sunlight only provides a very small force, but the sunlight can push for a long time. Would you believe that after 1 year, a spacecraft like a planetary probe could get moving as fast as 50,000 kilometers per hour?
That's fast and pretty amazing. But what's even more exciting is that we can move back into the treehouse.
How did you convince your mom and dad?
Actually, they were excited about our results.
We discovered that the treehouse wasn't using a lot of energy after all.
Right. We have a few light bulbs, a TV, and some electronic devices.
The treehouse doesn't have a lot of appliances that use up a lot of energy, such as heaters, air conditioners, clothes dryers, or even refrigerators.
So your parents are the ones using most of the energy and causing the electric bill to be so high.
That's right. So we told Bianca's parents about conserving energy and the alternative energy sources that are available.
And you know what, Dr. D? We realized that there's not a single solution to the energy crunch.
Right. We had to learn that a lot of things can work together.
You mean an energy-saving system?
Right. From now on, Bianca's dad is going to buy Energy Star appliances when they need to buy new ones.
Bianca's mom said that they were going to set the thermostat a few degrees cooler in the winter and a few degrees warmer in the summer.
My dad said that next year we're going to buy a solar water heater.
That's great. So what about the treehouse?
That's the best part. I think we have a solid plan. First, we are going to get some solar cells for the roof of the treehouse.
My parents asked that we do some fundraisers to pay for half the cost.
We figured that even though it gets cloudy here, the solar cells will still provide a good portion of our energy needs.
We're also going to seal the cracks in the treehouse and put in some insulation. This should make the treehouse a little more bearable when the weather's too hot or cold.
And don't forget, RJ's gonna buy an Energy Star blender for the treehouse so he can save energy while making his famous smoothies.
Well, if that's the case, why don't I give you a website that has healthy and delicious recipes for smoothies?
Good idea, Dr. D. Researching new recipes for RJ should definitely be our next project.
Can't depend on fossil fuels. We're going all Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the LaVergne Board of Zoning Appeals, May the 30th at 5:30 p.m. We do have a quorum. If you would review the minutes from the March 28th regular meeting and review, and if any questions or comments, please let me know. If not, we'll take a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
A motion accept.
I second.
We have a second. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Minutes carry. New business. Request for a variance to height restrictions in the LaVergne zoning ordinance property located at 703 Walden Road, tax map 29, parcel 22.02, R3, high density residential zoning district, parcel owned by John M. Gillen Living Trust. Mr. Logan, give me your report, please.
Thanks. So this request is for a variance to the current height restriction for the R3 district that's listed in the zoning ordinance. And this property is at 703 Waldron Road or South Waldron Road. And this property, as some of you all know, has already had a concept plan approved for a large subdivision. And then the front part of this acreage that touches Waldron Road would be for apartments. There's an apartment development as part of that concept plan that was approved. So that's the area that the applicant's requesting be that they get a variance for that area. So in this photo here, it's to the west or the left side in the image, and that's the approximate area where the apartments would be built. By the way, this does go now by Mission Hills, if I didn't mention that. So it was 703 Waldron for a long time, and now it's called Mission Hills. So this map gives you a little bit closer look of the area. It's about, the whole tract is about 120 acres, although the variance would just be for the apartment section. And then this is a zoning map, so green on that map is R3, which is high density residential. And of course the orange is R1, low density residential, and then to the north of the side is R2 at Woodland Hills, which is medium density residential. And this is a photo. Waldron Road is to the left in this photo, and then the wooded area to the right is the actual parcel. And there's another view there, the gate. It goes back into the tract. So currently in R3, the zoning ordinance allows 35 feet of height, but this applicant would like to go up to 48 feet in height. So the zoning ordinance that's under review that will likely be adopted later this year would allow exactly this situation that they're asking for, which is there'll be a cap on stories, which is 3 stories, but they can build up to 50 feet. So, one development might be able to do 3 stories at a different height, and then other developers might want a taller building, but 3 is the cap, or 50 feet, whichever comes first, for the new zoning. So it's not in effect currently, it's still 35 feet in R3 currently. And I think that covers everything. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Do I have an applicant here? Stand up to the podium if you will, please, and raise your right hand and swear you in. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Terry Rasmussen, 2000 Mallory Lane, Franklin, Tennessee.
Any questions from the board, from the applicant?
How far back into this development will these apartments go?
A total of 50, I think it's 23 acres, so the buildings do not go past what is the current existing pond. Some of the walking trails and things like that do go up around the pond, but the actual buildings themselves will sit just to the west of the pond.
Is that considered a wetland?
No, it's actually a stream is what it is. The beavers have dammed it up, and so we're going to restore it back to a stream.
Now, that pond, is that at the bottom of the hill?
Yes. Yes, it's actually a low spot in the property.
Okay.
So I have a couple of questions. So the 35 feet, so the actual building or the rooms themselves meet that requirement? It's just the roof line that is...
So since this zoning is somewhat old and most of the other municipalities have kind of changed it, when you do even a 9-foot ceiling on 3 floors, that gets you to 30 feet because you got a 1-foot floor in between the ceiling and the floor above it. So you're at 30 already before you put a roof on it. If you were to do 8 feet, then you're at 9 with 3 floors is 27. By the time you put, a decent sized pitch other than 4 to 12 or 6 to 12 pitch, then you could meet the height requirement. But the problem that most people have today is the steam that builds up in the showers and things like that. You need a little bit more room for height within each apartment. And that's the reason we're asking. And that's the reason you're probably going to the new zoning or design standards, I should say.
Could they not put vents in the bathrooms?
They do, but it just still, obviously we put it, it's just not adequate. There's not enough space between where the shower head is and the ceiling.
What kind of setback from the street are the apartments going to be?
Remind me, 35? No.
I'd have to look.
That's a good
maybe
question.
40.
I know there's 15-foot side yards, so there's 30 feet between building. I believe it's 30 feet, but whatever the zoning code requires us to be is, we're not changing that.
Any other questions from the board members? With that, I'll accept the motion for or against the application.
Mr. Chairman, my issue here is that we're talking about a new zoning that's not been approved. It's likely to be approved, but we don't know. That's stranger things that have happened. It's not what's in our code book, so I am struggling why we would approve this. It's not what's in our book today.
Should we defer?
Well, we have to move it. The application is in today, so it's either yay or nay. But that's your issue. Is obviously the applicant wants to get going with his. No. So we want to move forward. Mr. Logan, any comments on the present zoning and the new zoning?
Well, I think I should mention architecturally, the building is going to look better if the height variance is allowed. And if you drive by on Old Nashville, you'll see, I'm just not a fan of that building architecturally. I don't think it looks great. I don't think it's going to look that good at all. And I think it's the 35 feet that kept that building from looking better. And I think if I don't mention that tonight, I think that I'll regret that I didn't mention it, because there's something to be said for styling and architecture, and the architecture is going to look better with a taller 3-story than making them squat and fat, which is why I think so many cities have adopted the 50 feet. So that's I'm not making a recommendation, but that's how I see it. Another example may be the avenues. On the avenue, it's lifestyle communities. Where the GOAT is in Murfreesboro, that is another example of a taller building that I can't imagine how they would look if they were squat and fat instead of them allowing them the extra height. That's just that's an architectural, viewpoint.
One thing I would like to mention, the biggest issue, even if you were to keep the ceiling heights inside 8 feet, which we wouldn't, but the pitch of the roof, we'd end up doing a 412 pitch, which means, for every, you'd go across for 1 foot, you'd raise 4, so you wouldn't see the roof. You would see a flat roof building with a real short, every balcony would be stacked on top of each other, and it just, to Bo's point, it would not look what we would want it to look like.
With that said, I make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second? With that, I'll make the second. Any more discussion before we vote? Because obviously, Charlie, you want to say something?
I don't feel comfortable voting yea on this based on the new zoning requirements that have not been voted on.
Okay. With that, then we'll go for a roll call vote. We'll start there then.
I approve, yes.
No.
Aye.
No.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, on to number 2. Is the request for variance of parking regulations, LaVergne zoning ordinance, property located at 703 Walden Road, tax map 29, parcel 22.02, R3 high density residential zoning district, parcel owned by John McGillan Living Trust. Mr. Logan, report please.
So this is the same area of town, same site. Excuse me, I'm trying to, now it's all upside down.
You get a view, rotate and slide over to the right there. Whenever you're on rotate
You can
view.
just click on it and click it
There
down.
you go.
That gets it there.
One time.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so it's the same site, 703 Walden Road, and the same pictures, of course. This variance is for the parking, and of course there's a zoning map again, same zoning, R3, high density residential. So this is a chart, and this shows the parking. And the current zoning ordinance says that each dwelling unit must have 3 parking spaces. So if you have 100 apartment complex with 100 units, you'd have to have 300 spaces. And then for single family, it's the same, also 3 spaces. And the garage in single family will count toward one of those spaces. And that's the current ordinance. So this top, if you go to the top of this page, there's 113 one-bedroom units, 179 two-bedroom units, and there's only 32 three-bedroom units. So the total proposed is 324. Then that middle column, you see 333. So that's what I just mentioned, that it's the same no matter if it's single-family or multifamily. So the 3 times 113 would result in 339 parking spaces for all the one-bedroom units. Then the 179 for the two-bedroom units times 3 equals 537. And then 32 three-bedroom units times 3 is 96, 96 additional. So their total there, that 972, is if you take all the 324 and give them 3 parking spaces each, you get just shy of 1,000 spaces. The future zoning would show the parking standards as shown in the middle here. So for the 113, the new parking would be 1.5 spaces for a total of 170 parking spaces. Then the two-bedroom units times the 2.2 multiplier would equal 394. And then the three-bedroom units spaces actually goes up from 3 currently to 3.3 for 106. So the total spaces would be 669 instead of the 972. And the applicant, the bottom of the page, that chart shows that the applicant's asking for, of course, the bedroom counts are the same. And you see the 1.5 and the 2.2 and the 3.3 match the middle. So they're basically asking for what is being proposed in the new zoning ordinance, which would be in effect if it passes later this year. So roughly they're reducing the parking overall for the whole site by about a third, give or take about a third. And I think that covers it all, so I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Applicant here this evening, if you would, step up to the podium. Raise your right hand if you would. You promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Please take your name and address for the record, please.
Terry Rasmussen, 2000 Mallory Lane, Franklin, Tennessee.
Any comment on what Mr. Logan said in his report?
It's kind of the same thing as what we just spoke about. When the apartments were built 30 years ago and this zoning was in place, it was mostly 3 bedrooms. And now that's shifted away from 3 bedrooms to a lower bedroom count, overall lower number of people that's in it, therefore you need less parking. So again, we tried to just stick with what is going to be changed. We're not asking for anything more than that. And the reason why is because we really only have 10% 3 bedrooms. We don't have an enormous amount of 3 bedrooms where you'd have, you know, maybe a family in there. So, and it's again, what the zoning is moving towards, not just here, but in other places, and probably why you're looking at it.
Any question from the board members?
We have several houses in our neighborhood that people have 6 and 8 cars.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's a single-family home.
Correct.
But these being apartments, I can't see that wouldn't happen there as well.
I don't see
Would
how.
that provide an adequate for the overflow, or if they have guests or parties or something like that, will this provide enough parking?
Our studies show it will. I mean, at the end of the day, you're not going to have everybody having the same number of people there at the same time. And therefore, your 1 bedrooms typically are going to have 1 or 2 people. They could have 2 cars, very possible. 2 bedrooms probably are only having 1 or 2 cars. So when you take that total average together, 1.5 and 2.2, obviously you're over 3. And then we went 3.5 or 3.3 for the 3 bedrooms. So I think from where you are in the old design standards to where you're going in the new design standards, I think per bedroom, we're actually a little bit higher.
Mr. Logan, just a comment back to our present rules. Have we had any issue with the apartments that we have? We have an issue. Is there too much parking? Is that such a word, or are we where we need to be with the present requirements?
I don't think, since I've started working, I've never heard, I haven't heard of a complaint that there's too little parking. Too much parking comes into conversations about, you know, green design and low impact design and environmental sensitivity. So clearly less concrete means less stormwater runoff and that type of thing. Y'all follow where I'm going with that. It's more environmentally friendly to have less parking on everybody and on the city in general. But I hear those kinds of things, but you know, I don't really get a lot of calls about apartment parking as it is right now.
Other comments from the board? So it looks like the present zoning is 972, and they're going to 669 is the proposal. So I just want to get people's comments. Anything else you want to say
I
about
think it has the possibility of being too restrictive if you have guests that come over for the one, because I've been to places where if it's a weekend and everyone's there and you go to see family, there's nowhere to park, or you have to walk halfway around the complex just to get to where you need to go.
Comments?
My issue is the same. We're voting on new zoning that's not been approved.
My question is there room for other parking?
There would be more room for more parking, as Bo said, though, then the open space shrinks. I mean, we're not asking for a change in the zoning. We're just asking for a change in design standards. So yes, I mean, the open space would shrink because we're not obligated to have that much open space. But again, I would like to reiterate that, you know, if you look at what this zoning design standard was passed on years ago, predominantly is 3 bedroom. So it made sense to have three spaces per bedroom. We actually are higher than that. If you just look at the number of bedrooms we have, we're above 3. So that's why we're asking.
So I'll go back to the other direction is if the board is leaning towards saying it's too little, I think it'd be fair to let the applicant know a number that we would accept if it is different from the present rules and regulations. That's my comment.
And I was actually doing the math before. I think we're more like 20%. I don't know exactly, but we're roughly 300 less on, well, so it's probably, yeah, it's probably 28%. I didn't do the math, but somebody.
Any other comments? Because it's a difficult one, gentlemen, but that's what we're here to do, is to make some decisions. That's what we're here to do.
Could you make the parking around 800 spaces? Would that
I
be
couldn't,
doable?
without doing a design, I couldn't answer that question right now.
So what you're doing there, Charlie, is basically splitting between the 972 and the 669. Is that what we're trying to do?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So,
I would think it maybe 700 would be adequate. That would give you extra for the extra parking in the event that they do have parties or something going on, or block party or whatever.
That's less than 10%.
So it's all not be an accurate number. Let's be at least given a range. I think will be fair. Any comments on that? I understand your position. What's your any thoughts?
I'm okay with as is.
Okay. Okay. All right then. Well it's an awkward one. So let's go ahead then. I'll accept the motion one way or the other to accept the variance request as submitted.
I second.
Well, I'm so you make. You gonna make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Do I have a second?
A second.
Okay.
Aye.
No.
No.
Aye or no? So you're
Oh, what was the question? I'm sorry.
so you voted for or against?
As it sits?
As it sits. So as the applicants put in, so the 669.
No.
Okay. With that, the motion fails. I think you've heard the comments.
Sure. Yep.
I think if you review, you've heard different numbers kicked out. If you could perhaps review that and then get back with Ms. Logan, we can go forward from there.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate it.
Thanks. With that, I'll call the meeting adjourned.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting. Today is May 15th, 2023. We do have, we do have a quorum, and I call this meeting to order. I need a motion for the approval from the minutes from the last meeting.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I second.
I have a motion to approve from Rick Autry and a second from Jody. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So I guess we'll get right into it. Who does this? Kathy?
Yep.
For
she'll
Touch a
get most
Truck?
of 'em. Yes, sir.
All right, Kathy, tell us about Touch a Truck.
Touch a Truck, the weather worked out for us, thank goodness. It was a little scary there. It was a great turnout. Had the 500 vests and hats, ran out of those. The only thing we heard is we did get a request next year for the Touch a Truck to put all the horns in one section because of some of the displays. The horn were a little close to the other displays, but besides
Did that come from, not to interrupt you, but I'm curious, did that come from an adult or from a kid?
Two adults that actually had displays in the event.
So the kids didn't say nothing about it.
No, but some of the horns, I believe some of the kids may have got scared because they weren't prepared when they walked up and when the horn went off. I know the IMI truck scared Sheila and I. We weren't expecting it. So I think we're going to put some signs up maybe next year just with warnings, horn blowing, be prepared kind of thing. But that's the only thing that we heard as a suggestion for next year. So everything else is positive.
I think the horns are very startling. Every time somebody did that cement truck and just pull the horn, everybody's
Yeah.
like,
And I think last year when we had it, it was in the front parking lot, so everything was spread apart.
Yeah.
And so, because the horns were honked last year, I think it's just because of how close they were. So we'll make sure to take that into consideration when we map out the displays next year. So.
When I used to drive a truck, my oldest son at that time was 5. And I'd bring it home sometimes, lived in the same house. He would hang on that thing until it ran completely out of air.
Yep.
My neighbors loved me.
Oh, I was, nuh-uh. Oh, man.
Any comments about the block party?
Yes, I loved it, to tell you the truth. My granddaughter loved it. We went through everything. And then we sat under the gazebo and we had lunch, and then we went back and had dessert, and then we went back home, and she's like, "Can we go back?" And I'm like, "No, we cannot go back. We're good. We're done." But it was really fun. Good. And I have to admit, it was the first block party I went to. So,
okay.
And now I went to Touch a Truck last year, but combining the both, something good. That was great.
That was exactly what I was going to talk about.
Yeah, and the face painting, that was free, was wonderful.
And we had 3 to accommodate to keep up.
Yes, and also the make your slime for free was something amazing.
Yeah.
I thought, okay, how much does this cost? How much does this cost? And everything, so terrific.
Good.
And they loved it. And we're still playing with the slime. On Sunday, I'm like, get that off my coffee table, but it just pulls off and there's nothing there, and it's just perfect. It was great.
Yeah, my grandson loved it. He was 3 pounds shy to jump on the bungee.
Oh yeah.
That did not go over well.
Wow.
So
my granddaughter walked by it and said, "I don't even want to do it."
Overall, as Jody said, I was going to say the same thing. I think putting the block party and the Touch a Truck together was a deal.
Good.
So you guys did good. The Parks and Rec guys were busy, just doing all kind of things, helping people. So
we did get compliments from the vendors on how well organized the guys were, placing them and assisting them. So
I even heard that most of the vendors made pretty decent money.
Well, I asked a couple of it because I was buying stuff,
Yeah.
throughout the whole day, and I'm like, "How are you feeling it's going?" And they're like, "This is really great. We're really getting a lot of activity, and
Good.
I know my wallet was a little lighter when I went home.
right." But that's okay. That's what we want.
Right.
So, I guess we'll move on here, May and June. So we don't have anything till July 4th?
Correct. July 4th is our next event. So nothing for the month of June.
All right, well, let's talk about it. What you got lined up?
All right, gates open at 5:30. The Bueller Band, which is an 80s cover band, is performing. The music will start at 6, and then we'll have the food trucks and activities. 4th of July pretty much takes care of itself because of the fireworks, so it
Do you have
draws
a
the
name for the
crowd.
80s band?
I'm sorry?
A name for the 80s band?
It's the Bueller Band. They don't have one particular band that they cover. It's pretty much
like
mix
the realm of the 80s.
Correct.
Gotcha.
That's going to be on a Tuesday.
Correct.
Oh, boy, I'll be dancing.
Did everybody get that? The music starts at what time?
6 p.m.
6 p.m. and you're going to have vendors.
Just food trucks. We have food vendors. We don't have any other types of vendors. Sometimes there'll be a toy vendor with the glow-up toys that
Oh,
comes.
yeah, that's a big hit.
Mhm. But
What about-
that's the only thing if it's 4th of July oriented.
You're going to have inflatables.
We're going to have the spider jump come back, and I've requested the obstacle course, and I've not got confirmation on that yet.
All right. Any questions? All right, we'll jump on to my favorite so I can get out there and run is Howl at the Moon.
All right, this year it is Friday, August 11th. We've already opened registrations, so they are now open online. We've got 4 registered so far. Check-ins at 6:30, race starts at 8 at the back pavilion at Veterans Memorial. And we are currently looking for sponsors for that event.
Can the sponsors, do they need to call or log on
We
anywhere
have
in
the sponsor
particular?
form online on the LaVergne37086.gov, or they could call. We've got paper forms we can send out as well. Call, email, any of the above.
So on the website, does that give you the company's incentives of why they want to?
Yes, there's a package that's attached on the website, and it shows what they get in return for their sponsorship.
Okay.
So it'll go from the back pavilion to City Hall.
Correct. And then back to the back pavilion.
How far is that? Is that a 5K? Is that a true 5K? Or?
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's certified.
It is certified.
You ran it before?
You're talking about being on the website and stuff. I want to stop here and give Sheila a big kudos because she is awesome on Facebook and stuff, getting that stuff out there, and it even helps remind me so I can share it. So she does a great job with that.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, Lord, the carnival.
Carnival's coming back August 24th through the 27th. Right now, we're showing weekdays are going to be open from 5 to 10 p.m., and then weekend days, noon to 10 p.m.
Same one.
Same carnival company, correct?
Are you,
Go ahead.
are you doing the same incentives, like doing the giveaway?
That's not in the plans right now. Last year, it was pretty much in celebration of our 50th anniversary is why we did that
Oh, I
last
see.
year.
Mhm.
So this year, it's just, so far, just offering the carnival to the public. It
Okay.
is 5 to 10 on weeknights and noon to 10 on weekends. I believe it's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday this year.
Do you know anything about that pricing thing? They're going to do the same thing, or
They
do
have
we
not-
know yet?
They've not given me the pricing information yet.
Yeah, I didn't have any problem with it other than the understanding part of it.
I thought it was quite expensive.
I think last year maybe 4-hour increments is what they did their armbands for, I believe.
Every ride?
Well, you got the armband, and then I believe that armband was only good for 4 hours, if I remember correctly. So I'm not sure how they're going to present it this year.
Well, last year, if the armband was good till 4 and you came at 3:30, you only got
30 minutes.
30 minutes, and then you had to pay that other price. which I know they're here to make money, but I also know that there was some confusion about it. And at the same time, if you want to plan it, you need to plan it to where you're going to be there at 12 o'clock and get your full, which I know also sometimes that's not possible, but you can't meet everyone's needs.
Right.
It's just impossible.
Right.
So you can go to the 6 o'clock maybe, and then go further. So
Yeah, that's,
3:30 or 4 o'clock and
Yeah.
go further.
that's
Yeah.
why I say it's,
Know your time.
you know, kind of, you have to plan ahead.
Yeah.
For sure. All right, that's next. Fall Festival.
All right. Fall Festival is September 15th and 16th. 15th, we are still working on the Prince Band contract, so we've not got that finalized yet. And then just the traditional parade ending in the park, 10 o'clock parade, and then the festival itself will end at 3:30. We're not going to be doing a Saturday night concert this year.
So there's no concert in the park at all?
Friday night.
Oh, there is, okay.
Right.
So this is September 15th?
September 15th, right. We're trying to get a Prince cover band right now, so we're still working on that contract, but we will have a concert that Friday night.
And just to put it in terms, in case anyone's catching this on YouTube, by the time 3:30, 4 o'clock rolls around on Saturday, especially with the heat, people are beat down and dead. The last couple of years that we have spent good money to have those bands there, the 100 or so of us that came out, we enjoyed it, but it's hard to justify to spend that kind of money for 100 people. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair.
So I know some people ask about it, and, you know, that's why, even though it was nice and I enjoyed it, I know you were there, Rick, everybody was there, and we enjoyed it, but to put on a big show like that and spend that money for 100, 125 people is just not
Realistic.
realistic. And like I said, at the end of the day, by 3:30, 4 o'clock, man, people are beat.
Tired,
down.
they're going home.
Hot.
Yeah.
Hot. And my favorite, man, I'm so ready for a homegrown mater. Farmers Market.
All right, Farmers Market, we've moved it to Tuesdays, 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. The market runs from June 6th to August 29th. We are still receiving registrations. We've got a couple in the last few weeks as well. I believe we got one of the signs out today advertising the Farmers Market as well. And we have put it on Facebook, and we'll share it again. So registrations are trickling in.
It's starting June what?
June 6th, the first Tuesday in June, and
So
it'll
right
go
after-
through the last Tuesday in August.
So right after Memorial Day.
Correct.
Yep.
3 to 7.
3 to 7, and it's at the same location up here at the City Hall
Yes.
complex.
That's good.
I'm excited. Always, every year.
You're always taking live videos.
Hey, when it comes to food, I get excited.
Yes, you do.
Any comments about Farmers Market? All right, we will move on to, well, our next meeting will be June the 26th. Is that right?
Because of Juneteenth,
Oh, that is
we
right.
had to move it to next weekend.
Can we talk about that? Juneteenth? How's that going?
She is getting the Bicentennial Pavilion here because we already had a tournament scheduled in the park by the time they locked in their date.
Okay.
So they're going to do it on the 17th, which is that Saturday instead of the 19th. They're going to get the Bicentennial area down here from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. is when they're planning their event.
So when you say planning their event, what event is it?
It's a Juneteenth celebration.
Okay.
Shermille Balbalosa, did I say that right?
Correct.
She has done it a couple of years. I think she missed last year, maybe the year before.
It's 2 years, once for COVID and then once because she had to move and she's trying to get back. And I know that her and Hope Oliver are working together. So we need to, that is a city-sponsored event, correct? Not this year, but we're working on it.
We are working on it. We're not officially sponsors, but we're gonna do what we can to help them out. So
We're gonna do some advertising and stuff.
I'm not 100% sure we can do that. I think we told her we were pretty much gonna be hands off that since it wasn't a city-sponsored event. We were kind of limited at what we could do. And she knew that when we met with her at the office because it was so late in the game. We weren't even sure they were gonna do anything until probably 2 months ago. And by that time, we already had the schedule made for the summer at the park. So we couldn't see putting them in a pavilion on a ball tournament weekend because there's just too much traffic up there for that. So they opted for this down here, which was a better option for them.
All right. Mr. Rick, got any comments, sir?
No, I think we covered everything.
All right. Mr. Giles?
No, sir. I will say Touch a Truck was a good experience for myself. I had my granddaughter out there earlier today. She had a good time.
Yeah, I would concur with that because just putting both of them together, the block party and the touch, because I did the touch truck last year, and it was fun, very hot, but very fun. But this had more things going on. I mean, there was a lot there. I could hear the music. There was all these vendors. We did everything, and we were there for the full 4 hours, pretty much. We got there at 11. We didn't leave there till 3, and it was great. So, good luck. Good job. Good job.
Well, I didn't get no smoked bologna sandwich from Biggins,
Oh, so you're not happy.
so I wasn't happy about that. It was my own fault, but that's beside the point. I'm still not happy about it.
Well, you're just following your grandson.
But as usual, you guys, Parks and Rec, do a great job. Mother Nature, as Kathy said, smiled on us. It got kind of sticky and humid, but, it's that time of year. So I want to say that I'm really glad to see the board members coming out to these events. That's always a big plus. So hopefully by July 4th, we will have another big event. So until then, I will see you all on June 26th right here in the boardroom at 6 p.m. I call this meeting adjourned.